Good morning. Thank you for joining us here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in Antigua, where we're just about to start day 3 of this match, a gripping contest between Team Weeks and Team Headley. And this match, in its third day, has many prospects because Team Headley, at an overnight position of 67 for 2, they have actually strung together a lead of just about 9 runs in their second innings with 8 wickets in hand. Vernon Springer is beside me, and Vernon, as we recap a bit on day 1, what we would have seen is a team that recognized that they were behind by 58 runs. They started out with their young batter, Matthew Nando, who still remains at the crease, which is important for them. But the man who took them further, Kavim Hodge, that was a situation we expect that he would have gone to the end. But nevertheless, they're in a situation here with Sunil Ambris, with Matthew Nando at the crease, because the 2 opening batters, Kyron Powell and Kavim Hodge, would have departed.
Well, the number 3, Kevin Hodge, and opener Kyron Powell are back in the hut. But Mando has shown that on this track that you have to be a grafter. And so his 28 of 94 balls with 4 boundaries has demonstrated how you bat on this surface. Now, this morning is going to be an interesting morning because when you look at the concept, Alex Atenes has some options. I'd really like to see him try Versami Pomol from the media center end, because I really thought that from this end there seems to be a lot more purchase. And when we saw Kevin Hodge bowl to Team Weeks, he was getting the ball to rip. So I know Pomol might be comfortable in the CIU road end, but sometimes we just have to be innovative and try different things there. The other person who I'm almost very much concerned about, and I hope they start with him this morning, is Jaya McAllister. He's got to be the fastest bowler out of Team Weeks. If he's the fastest bowler, you have to give him the new ball, or you should give him the new ball and said, listen here, run in hard for 4 overs and just let it fly.
That's right. Bowl him in some nice short bursts. But also what I would like to see, because you spoke about Virasamy Pomol coming from the media center end, but I think we have emphasized that we have not seen McAllister coming from the CIU end, which is the end that we have seen given the Pacers most of the help.
I didn't get here this morning, but it's something maybe that I have to ask Sir Curtly Ambrose, and just remind me during our break to just have a word with Ambi as to if there's a concept. I don't know. People have different team plans. It might be well boiled down to Alex Atenes, who is the captain. Maybe they discuss one thing, and I think based on growing as a captain, you have to be able to be innovative to come up with different strategies. Barring that, we're looking at Team Headley, and yesterday, very early, Sonny Lambris came out and got a chance, a real crucial chance, which could have changed the entire game because they could have closed on 67 for 3. Ambris, he's going to play one way. So we know that Nando is going to graph. I think pressure is also going to be now placed on the skipper, Joshua De Silva, because he did pull through his team in the first game against the Cricket West Indies Academy. So all eyes now would be on Drake's. How does Drake start today? I see that they've gone for another option. They've gone for Sinclair. But I would try something different.
Yes, you mentioned you'd have tried Virasamy Pomol, who has bowled well. But nevertheless, it's going to be, I believe, a gripping day. The temperature has cooled down quite a bit. It is not as hot. Well, perhaps we're speaking too fast, but yesterday was extremely hot. This morning you have seen a little bit more cloud cover. The sun is out, but not.
And we had some rain in certain parts of Antigua and Barbuda.
Overnight rain and early morning
rain.
That may well help. And then perhaps a little moisture could be on the pitch from if there was any cover on the surface. But umpire rephrase ready, and it will be Kevin Sinclair to Sunil Ambris.
So 31 overs. We have at least 90 overs in the day's play. Umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. just waving to the scorers, and we're just about ready to go. The video analyst is into position, and our producer, Ronnie, the 360 crew, they've done an excellent job right here. Sinclair will start his first delivery on the morning of the third day. We are live from Cricket West Indies headquarters right here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, with the VC Bird International Airport at the back of us.
Well, Ambris, what can he do? He will ask himself, Well, he comes down straight away with his first delivery. Over, but Niall Smith. Oh, good fielding in the end, but he looked as though he was really not focused, Vernon, because that ball was hoiked between long on and straight mid-wicket. He stood his ground before he moved, meaning that he was not following the ball. In the end, when he got towards the ball, he was able to save the boundary, but I thought he could have made an early move in towards making that a catch. It seems as though Ambrish does not want to stay there.
But for the first ball, I thought Ambrish would just hit the ball down to long on, because if you're not trying to clear Smith, then that shot really is not on. But Sunil Ambrish is Sunil Ambrish. This is how he's going to play.
But the first ball of the morning, without gauging what is happening out there in terms of the pitch.
He was dropped in the last over yesterday, set. Don't forget that on day 2. Nando gets a full toss. You should have done a lot better with that. You got to put away that. He tried to just work it, but when you get a full toss, you got to hit it to the fence.
Well, we have been speaking about that from the beginning, that you see players get full toss, and sometimes the full tosses are heading down leg, and you're just patting it. You know, you got to shoot. That was the one that deserved the treatment.
Got to put it away. But Nando is careful. He's maybe given a roll. He goes to 29, first one of the morning. And Ambrish comes back into strike to Sinclair. He's turning this. Field at 45 and
Drakes.
Drakes comes around. Dominique Drakes, the son of Vasbert Drakes. You missed a thriller last night, set at the Surviving Richard Stadium. I'll tell you more about that. Ambrish is driving in the air. His time is out. This is poor cricket.
This time, Niall Smith didn't make any mistake, just went around to his right. He was let off the first delivery of the morning, and then after a single by Nando, he went in the same direction, the same position, trying to slug a ball between long off and mid-wicket, and played out, was caught by the long on fielder.
I am speechless.
So I ask exactly what is his purpose? What was his thinking from ball 1 and by ball 3? Look at it, perished. He didn't even go straight down the ground, hitting across the line exactly where the fielder is, and you don't believe that Sunil Ambrish is interested in staying around. Perhaps he has a flight to catch.
But the thing about it, Seth, is that this is a first-class game. And I think as such, we have to treat it as a first-class game.
Well, the players need to do that.
Yes, because the body language here looked as if it was a practice game, as if we were having a the West Indies just picked up some players, Team Headley, and just named them and said, well, let's go out and practice. This is a first-class game.
But
so
even though it were a practice
counts.
game, there is, unless you are already 150 and your team would have 300 runs in front, you cannot be doing that twice in 2 deliveries. First over of the morning.
Well, Ambrish's curtains, his history, is back into the pavilion, and Walcott comes out. So the one right-hander replacing another right-hander, and Matthew Nando, more pressure being placed back on him now. He will have to be the anchor until when his captain joins him, Joshua De Silva. And maybe perhaps Walcott will have other ideas. He would want to be able to be in the limelight and the conversation. Darting at the pads right there. Walcott just coming quietly forward. Again, set. I would like to see a silly point in front of Walcott. He's just coming. He's on north. I'd all like to see Niall Smith comes up into the mid-on area.
This looks like a scrambling first over. It seems as though they're scrambling for runs, Vernon. They're on a mission as though they want to get some quick runs. Because that's exactly what Sunil Ambrish showed. And then we're seeing the youngsters here with that run. There was no run. It was it was certainly a misfield. But then there was a player backing up, and they were almost stranded in mid-pitch, sending each other back.
So 4 runs off the over set, and in the process, at the end of 9, 3 maidens to complement it. Kevin Sinclair's picked up 2 for 16.
Yes, I thought Sunil Ambrish gifted his wicket. And in the context of the game, I think it's really an irresponsible, if we can call it a knock, but an irresponsible showing on his part. First ball, tried to cover the long on, did not do that after getting 3 runs then. He got back on strike after single, and then he played to the same field he tried to clear without any pressure on, without any meritorious delivery, without any big run chase. It's difficult to understand. However, Matthew Nando is about to face Dominic Drakes.
So let's look at the future of West Indies cricket. 19-year-old Matthew Nando, 29 from 95. Dominic Drakes also the future. Backing across and defending nicely. And Drakes, as the tournament has grown, has looked a better bowler.
That's right.
Convincingly.
And it's important that you show improvement, the growth path. You're seeing now he has gotten it right. He struggled in the first game against West Indies Academy. In this game, though, you have seen the incremental improvements. His line, his length, you have even seen a bit more pace. And I think he knows that he has to be patient. And let's see what he does.
The lead is 13. Nando is looking to steer this down to the third man era, but instead it goes 1 bounce to Sinclair at the gully area. Said, we will continue our discussion on test cricket and how much cricket our modern day players are playing as compared to 20 years ago, maybe in 20, 25 years ago.
Not even 25 years ago, even 10.
I'll go back to maybe even the Viveridge's time about county cricket, and we'll be able to have a balance so we can make a comparison. Drakes to Nando, leaves that one alone there. An average cricketer today, Seth, is playing anywhere between 220 to maybe 240 days of the year cricket. From test cricket to white ball cricket, you name it.
Even the tours, Vernon, when they went to England, between those test matches, there was a county game that oftentimes either get you in form or determine your selection. And that has been happening from a long, long time.
A lot of times that we hear about money, not a delivery pitch up right there. We're hearing that these tours are not sustainable. So the days of
so
when
how were they sustainable in days gone by?
Well, it becomes,
were they running deficits?
It becomes to the priority. In those days, test cricket was a priority.
I think you have hit the nail on the head. The priority, but in terms of viability, that is arguable, especially in a time when television, all that factors into commercial value.
Nando
Good delivery.
Caught on the crease, both feet going and the hands just going right there. He got squared up more or less. Good delivery here. Good line. Touching down on the line of the 4th stump there.
I think he was set up by Drakes because the other 2 were wider. This one, look at it. Coming, straightening nicely.
And the thing about his set is that he came on his toe and not on his heel. So which means that he was already locked already into that position. The only thing he could have done would have been nicked off that to Athens or Sinclair. He's backing across and defending nicely. This is a good start here by Dominic Drakes. He starts with a maiden, the second over of the morning's play.
Starts with the maiden also. A good response, resolve on the part of Nando. I think the only error that he could have seen, or not necessarily error, but he was almost induced into a drive. Fortunately, didn't take the outside edge, but he handled the rest of the over relatively well. He is well set. I think he showed his character yesterday when he was struck by that sharp rising delivery from Niall Smith. And he battled through. He decided to stay out there. Since then, looked good. And I think he would want to keep batting and show why he's here.
Sinclair has to bowl the ball into the surface. Has to bowl the ball into the surface. He does that. Traps him leg before.
Gets the wicket.
Has to bowl the ball into the surface.
Second wicket.
Skidded on. And Walcott didn't know anything about it. He was left stranded. The defense got to be as tight as possible. And Sinclair strikes in his second over.
Yes, Walcott not really giving what he should. Look at how he approached this one. Coming over the wicket. Sinclair. Between wicket and wicket, it looked short. And he was plumb in front on middle stump. Thought it was a bit short. Had there been more bounce in the pitch, you could understand the shot. But what? He was his back foot right in the crease, Vernon.
But his bat face set was pointing to square leg. So with this early in the morning, you'd want to be looking to hit the ball up the V. Because if you check the field placing, remember there was a short leg, 2 short mid wickets. So you want to be looking to punch the ball down the ground because it's a straight ball. So if it's a straight ball set, you can't be looking to hit the ball into the square leg or mid wicket area.
That's right. I think really not. One can give him, he may want to give an excuse and say, I was playing for turn and it didn't turn enough. But no, as you mentioned, it's a straight ball. And now comes the captain. He has balanced the team in the first innings against the West Indies Academy. Then in the second innings when he didn't score, the team pleated away. And they were dismissed.
You know what is amazing, Seth? And I'm saying the modern day players have to begin to go back and look at the videos of Sir Garfield Sobers and Viv Richards and Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes. They all had good defenses. I just find too many of our Caribbean batsmen these days, they don't defend.
The challenge may even be the decision making. I heard Sir Viv say that part of the problem, some time ago he said it is the thinking factor. Because you may have good defense, but you don't know when to defend. We are speaking about situation here. Early in the morning, the first couple of overs, what we saw from Ambrose, he had almost a chance, and then he gave it away. Within the same over, and what we had from Walcott, yes, delivery a bit short, but it was straight. But instead of coming forward and defending or defending backwards, he was trying to pull the ball or he had an option to play down the ground.
Skipper Joshua De Silva, he's come out. And he's looking to get fancy. You'll be advised to play the ball up in front of him. He's looking to run that down into the gully area. Good piece of fielding there by Alex Atenes at first slip.
You got to see a difference with this batter here because he's one who focuses from the time it leaves the hand up to the time it comes off the bat.
Need that silly point. Need that silly point. Got to put him under some pressure. 71 for 4. Let's see how he responds. Athenes. Team Headley, they trail by some 13 runs. And Machu Nando is standing tall like a wall. 29 from 101.
Just like a wall. Maybe they can't out Nando at all.
Just never know.
But we could only look forward to that. He could only claim that if he bats the entire day and takes a page out of the book of Kirk Mackenzie, out of Kevlin Anderson. They're all youngsters, and he must be looking and just hoping that the captain stays around with him and the rest of the batters do likewise.
Tucking him up there. Quicker, faster delivery. He just needs to look to just punch it down the ground. He's still trying to get a little fancy. Just hold it for a little while. Just keep looking up the V. I like his attitude. I like his mental focus. That 100 he scored at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, his maiden first class 100 against Barbados. If you score 100 against Barbados, it shows that you got some mettle, you got some heart, and he certainly is showing some grit. 19-year-old Nando. Beautiful defense, back and across, playing within his limitations.
I'm going to trouble you now in the Bajans now. When you say score 100 against Barbados, I think that would have been an absolute fact many years ago. But now I think that's relative. Who's appearing for Barbados? When he scored 100 against Barbados, Ed Lewis could raise his hand up and say 100 against Barbados against the likes of the great. That was 100. Not that I'm discounting Nando's 100.
But traditionally, they're the powerhouse.
Traditionally.
Yeah, and they still continue. Thing. Yeah. Huh. You have to do well. And most people still rate the bar. It's almost this vice versa set. If you score 100 against the Leeward's attack, you always get in.
Right, those were the days.
It's still
cannot hold anymore.
It's still happening, set, because people still rake up. If you score 100 and includes Cornwall and Louis and whoever, then everybody say, hold on, you got 100 against Cornwall?
That's relative. It's different.
We got to pay attention
as
to what's happening.
You said that from the Andy Roberts era, then come down the Curtly Ambrose, the Benjamins era, the Weeks, that Walsh era. But it's all relative now.
Beautiful Yorker. Searching for those pads right there. Nando keeping out this one. 71 for 4. Drake's really, he's got good rhythm. He's really attacking the crease. You could see him really striding in from the CIA road end here in Antigua and Barbuda. I like his rhythm.
Yesterday I was blessed with a little conversation towards the end off air. So Curtly Ambrose and Enoch Lewis. Enoch Lewis, the former Leeward's batter. Both from Sweets Village.
Working it nicely. Smith coming around. Picks up and fires a return back to Devon Thomas, who's keeping in this game for the injured Jamal Hamilton.
And the conversation, even for our benefit, is that how much the game has changed. Because they were looking at a Sweets team that had the like of Ambrose and the Lewis brothers, etc. You know, that could have been a powerhouse maybe now even at the regional level. And that was a village team in the national contest. And as they spoke and as I analyzed, I couldn't help but look at it. The thrust was that the game has changed so much in terms of its competitive level.
Yorker link delivery pitched up to to Joshua De Silva. Almost about to say maiden over, but Nando got a single. So one run of the Drakes is second over for the morning. 72 for 4. They've lost Ambrose. They've lost Walcott. And Team Weeks pushing the button. Just pushing the button. Really piling on the pressure.
Yes, they are. And I think Matthew Nando, the standout batter so far. Also Kavim Hodge yesterday. Those two came together and really gave a good display of batsmanship. But at the end of the day, once Hodge went, you know, we have just seen Ambrose came in with some anxious moments and then continued this morning to be dismissed by his second ball. And Walcott didn't last either, so Nando has to bat with his captain.
Tucking those pads. The birds just fluttering around here. It sort of remind you, if you're in England, I just want to say good day to Dina Baker, Leslie Weeks, John Maynard, Stedford White, Davon Williams, forward again to that delivery.
You seem to love England.
Yeah.
So find out from the guys if they're going at the coronation.
It's a beautiful
for the King's
place.
Coronation.
Well, I think the entire world, if you want, you'll be watching. It's a real touching moment. Depends on which side of the history that you want to be on. Here is Nando back, sort of pulling away. Could have got a little closer to it and try and beat Drake's late enough.
Well, it was a confident shot in the context.
He's got to hit that one away. The ball that comes into that area there, he's either got to, I know he's just working it, but he got a pounce on it.
Yes,
yeah.
He may be watching and said that Veerasamy Permaul is backward of square, but it was looped and in the air enough that had he just advanced even a step, it would have been a full toss, what we'll call here ranking full toss. Should have been belted.
You know, Mackenzie would have been clipping that.
Yes, certainly.
That would be going over into the middle good area. Can't bowl Mackenzie offline.
And on the pads. Now you look at this display from Josh De Silva. I'm just using it in terms of the right-hander because we have seen it from Nando. That's what Walcott should be that's how Walcott should have looked to play. He gets it down. He gets the front foot forward, Vernon, and he has decision at that point whether I push down back to the bowler, whether I hit down the ground, whether I work it on the onside. But what we saw, those two displays, those two wickets that went this morning, they are not a good sign. I think the batters will look at them and they would ask themselves some questions. As you say, it's a first-class game. 73 for 4.
Sometimes we get fool set, because we hear a lot of spinners get a lot of wickets in the Caribbean. And when we look at the way, if we do a proper analysis in terms of how they've got their wickets, when they get to the next level, then you're saying, but Seth Burton, he continues to get wickets in the Caribbean. So why when he is playing for the West Indies Test team, he doesn't even get 5 wickets? It's an upper stage, a different quality. I see Alex Atton is not at first slip again, Seth.
continue that discussion regarding the spinner, is it also an indication that our batters are not adept to playing spin? So they themselves may surrender their wicket in a manner. At the end of the day, the spinner steps up and then realizes that he cannot make the breakthrough that he's accustomed to at the regional level.
I think it's a mindset of our coaches. Our coaches are teaching our young batters that the first thing you do when a spinner come on is to come forward. In our day set, we were told that we're trying to see if we can get a single. That's what you're looking for. Worked away nicely. And finally the skipper is off the mark. He gets 2. And he's off and running here. Joshua De Silva from Trinidad and Tobago say good morning to his dad, his mom, his family.
I don't know his family, but I'll just like to join to say good morning. You all have groomed a wonderful son. And he has not looked back and has the right temperament. Even when he got run out, Vernon, in the first innings, he felt it, man.
Yeah, it's part of life. That's cricket. Cricket is life.
And it's good that he felt it, knowing that he is the West Indies wicket keeper. He's not playing for place here, but his commitment to the cause is outstanding.
Oh.
Good delivery right there. That one I thought caught Joshua De Silva on the crease. His hands was going. He didn't really get out to the pitch of the ball. He's now rehearsing that he's got to get out. Drakes is getting this ball to talk here. We say good morning to say good morning to the president of the West Indies 2020 group, Junior Codlin, and all of the executive members who are supporting West Indies cricket in a very big way.
West Indies 2020 group.
Yeah.
I'll have to Google that.
No.
It's better. Getting a good stride out there.
Dominic Drakes is coming into that bowler.
He's hitting the bat hard too.
Yes. He's just finding that confidence. He's just finding that red ball confidence. That first innings, you know, his spell in which he had, 3 for 17. His second spell in particular, an 8-over spell, was outstanding. I don't think we have given him enough credit. And now this spell this morning and his spell yesterday.
No.
How you walk is how you run, set. And you could see the rhythm from Dominic Drakes, even from this game as compared to the first game against the West Indies Academy. I should have had a lot of chatter.
Yes.
And then Drakes is deciding, no, hold on, I'm 25 years old. You guys can't be having all this lot of chatter. I've got to go and put in some work. He's also a student of the game.
That's
so
right.
He would have done a lot of work with the video analysts.
But don't forget that he has a father who knows the trick of the trade and who is a bona fide coach. And that, I believe, is a credit that he has that the other most of the other players don't have.
He's a lovely chap and hope that he will go far. I hope that he's in the contention for leadership for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots in the upcoming CPL event, because I think
they're looking at changing leadership.
Well, Bravo's gone back. Bravo's gone back home. Bravo's gone back. There've been a lot of moves.
Also, he's only retired from CPL, from IPL, but not.
No, he's still available for CPL. So there's a lot of movements. You know, Hayden Walsh has now gone to Jamaica. Rovman Powell has gone to Barbados.
That's a trade that took me by surprise.
Yeah, well, it's
especially Rovman has just led them to.
It's the business of support.
This man can't exaggerate his appeal.
He's coming around the wicket, and when he caught himself, he recognized, no, I won't be able to convince Leslie Reefer Jr. I don't know why he's going around the wicket. He needs to go over the wicket. Just needs to be patient. Hold the ball into the surface.
Yes, heading down leg. But you know, there is one thing you and I disagree on all the time. Is the off spinner coming from around the wicket. I think it's always best.
Around?
Yes.
It's the easiest thing, like Sunday morning set.
But just understand, the off spinner, you are angling, well, it depends on how you use the crease as well, to be fair.
Thank you, Seth.
So if you're using the crease right, I think he could use a bit more angle. We'll get back to that. Now you come. He used the crease well. Delivery was not pitched in the right place. But when you come in from that wide angle, angle the ball into the left-hander. Once it touches down, not back of a length, full length, and you're getting the ball to go away, not only the ball comes into play, the quartered slip comes into play, I think that is the best angle. If you're pitching right and if you're using the crease right.
The left-hander's weakest eye is which eye set?
We would argue
So
that.
side set you're stuttering. just answer
Weakest
the
eye?
question.
You don't really have a weakest eye. It
You
depends
do
on how
set.
you angle. It depends on how you angle your body. Shiv Chandra Paul will tell you that, hey, I can change while you're running up. Brian Lara the Great. It doesn't matter what side, what angle you come. If you're good, you're good.
In live set.
As a left-hander, there's
Set-
no weak
set-
eye or no good eye.
Whether we are right or left-hander, we all have our eyes. You focus.
You're
which
speaking
one-
about the blind spot?
Yeah,
No, man.
there we go, Seth. We are sure you understand what's happening.
That's why you use your body to make adjustment and you flick the head in the right direction and you look down straight. But I always think a good off spinner, using the crease, using the good length, around the wicket is ideal, and you can get LBW if you put it in the right spot.
38
Continue,
overs
my
bowled,
friend.
78 for 4. Machu Nandu 32 from 116. Kevin Hodge 26 from 60. In terms of what's going to be happening, 3 for 19. Kevin Sinclair. And the important thing is Team Headley leading by some 20 runs in the contests. Team Headley leading by 20 runs. Here comes Dominique Drakes as he bongs away to bowl to Joshua De Silva. Team Headley's captain, and he defends a good length delivery. Seemed like a long time ago. Team Headley opted to bat. They were dismissed for 177.
So we look at Team Headley in this tournament. There are really only two batters who put their hands up. Captain and Hodge.
Drakes.
Matthew is in his first game.
He's going hard at that ball. Joshua De Silva maybe trying to let Drakes know that I'm a test player. I'm the West Indies test wicketkeeper. I'm the captain. He's got to show some authority. Drakes is not backing down.
Well, you know, the young Turks never worried about what badge you had before. They would want to prove who they are. Did you remember Rich Richardson before he played international cricket? He had what, Michael Holding and the like? That he had to prove a case. Did you remember that scenario? So Drakes is saying, I am a senior guy here. It doesn't matter what you have played.
This is an excellent spell here from Drakes. He's really pumped. He's ready
That's
for
what
this.
I'm saying. A good spell is a good spell against top line batters.
Just hope now that would be I think maybe Drakes' fourth over for the morning, and so he's going to be consistent that whoever replaces Drakes, that they have the same energy. I'd run him for 6 set.
And then bring McAllister.
He's into the rhythm. He looks good. Oh, this is beautiful. Top of the fourth stump line right there.
So we are talking how I saw young players coming through. You go back to 88? And Ian Bishop coming through. He was express pace. And even though you may say the Port of Spain or Garaquara Park, Queen's Park Oval, as you may say, maybe batting friendly wicket, he came through and he bowled express pace against the top line batters in order to forge his way forward.
Drakes to De Silva. De Silva driving through cover for 4. Just a little bit wide, and he was searching for the swing. And nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, it was so fine that it actually, I believe, touched one of the birds out towards the boundary rope.
Yeah, just looking set to figure out where I would be able to bring one of the fielders from. I just feel that I will bring Carty from the square leg area into the offside. And because Drakes is getting the ball to go across Joshua De Silva, that drive, just maybe close him off. Just put Carty onto that side and, bowl more or less to a 6-3 field. Maybe an option for Alex Atonez.
Change in line.
Over completed.
Completed nicely with a good change in line into the pads. I thought that almost unsettled Josh De Silva. When I say I got him off balance, but nevertheless, Josh De Silva looks solid, looking to continue to support Matthew Nando. Their partnership just 11 runs, and Nikhil has come on beside me. Mali is also going to pick up the commentary. So we trust that you have had a good morning. If you're on Team Weak side, the 2 wickets, you would have been happy. If you're on Team Headley side, you may be concerned.
Burton, Kevin Sinclair in a really good rhythm, a really good spell. Already picking up the 2 wickets for the day.
He's had a good series, Nikhil, I think. Both bat and ball. Would probably count himself a little unfortunate yesterday with his dismissal, but
Didn't even get a chance to introduce the former first class player alongside me, Mali.
right in there.
You have to give me a chance. How are you, Mali, and what have you made of things so far?
You know, once again, you know, it's just been a common theme, you know, batsmen contributing to their own downfall.
I must say, I'm very surprised to see the manner in which Sunil Ambrose was dismissed. Chipped down the wicket, hit Sinclair into the onside for 4. Very next delivery, tried it again. First over of the day.
Yeah, not really giving himself the best chance here. Probably just got to grind a little bit, especially early in your innings. As you said, first over of the day, new day. Just got to get yourself in again. So I think someone who would consider himself a veteran at this level.
It's almost as if Sinclair knew that shot was coming because he set a man at deep mid-wicket. And not often you see, I mean, yes, I guess it's pretty standard, but he had the man a lot straighter, almost in a cow corner position for that shot. And Ambrose, similar to Kyron Powell, easily picked out the man. End of the 40th over, 82 for 4.
You know, there's probably a few that say maybe Kevin Sinclair not the biggest turner of the ball and the like, but I think it's pretty clear now that he's taken wickets at regular intervals. You think back to that match, the last match actually of the regional 4-day championship versus the Leeward Islands, skittling them on that final morning, and then here again he just chips in and his batting looks like it's improved. His body all around looks a lot stronger. So he's trending upwards in my opinion. He's had a good series, a good outing. I think he's definitely put his hand up for selection, be it on that A tour, you know, spin-friendly conditions, along with what he brings, you know, what we're seeing him bring. He's got good, solid technique against both spin and pace.
Thank you.
I think it's been a very beneficial series for Kevin Sinclair.
It will be now Smith. Change of bowling. Smith into the attack after another solid display from Dominic Drakes. Tireless bowling, running in against the breeze, which is decently powerful today. That breeze blowing across the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So from that end, something that bowlers will have to contend with. Spinners will also use to their advantage. Probably will see someone like a Versami Permal come into the attack from that CIU road end. Oh, that one really stayed low. Doesn't carry through.
I think it started now, Nikhil.
Mali, this was the dismissal earlier, and I want you to describe this one for me. Sunil Ambrose. Drakes. Nice cover drive, but we're looking at that wicket. Get it back for you in a second. After this delivery, that was, I want you to describe what you think the plan could have been from Ambrose, because trying to work it out. Chased the wide one, but he really pummeled it, Joshua Da Silva. And will be another boundary for him. He's looking in good touch, into double figures now.
Yeah, once again, just a bit wide there from Niall Smith. Probably the delivery previously that you would have bought just kept a little bit low.
If you didn't take off the rubber,
Him showing probably what we've seen more often than not in this tri-series, just that inconsistency, especially in line, presenting with the Joshua Da Silva on that occasion.
Yeah, this is the wicket again, Mali. Down the track, Ambrose off the inner half of the bat. And look at where that field is positioned. Cow corner, right in front of the dugout. Taken.
Yeah, the first one you would probably say he was a bit fortunate to get away with in terms of it took the inner half of the bat again, but he got a bit closer to that one, a bit more to the pitch. That second one he went after got nowhere near it, so it was already spinning and bouncing on its way to the bat. Didn't get anywhere near the middle, and as we saw, hold out. But in terms of the shot selection, and I was saying just previously, someone who should consider himself a veteran at this stage with so much at stake, a lot still to play for, he'll be very, very disappointed with that.
Now that's too easy. Way too easy. Fine leg in place. Doesn't matter. Matthew Nandu, a rare boundary for him, and this turned out to be a big over as well.
Yeah, once again, just straying down that leg side, Niall Smith. And I find it interesting that he's actually come in here from the CIU Road end. I thought he found something a bit yesterday from the media center end. He's quite hostile to Nandu in particular. I thought he found a bit of rhythm, bought some quick deliveries.
And this will be, I think, counterproductive for what Team Weeks have tried to do in terms of building pressure with dot deliveries. A large volume of them as well. And look at who Smith is replacing from that end, Dominic Drakes, Mali. 54 deliveries bowled, 47 of them have been dots. So now Smith had to sort of continue that. And I think Athenaeus is a tough taskmaster. Jerry McAllister bowled 2 overs yesterday. Was a bit expensive, a bit inconsistent. He pulled him out of the attack. So Smith will have to come good quickly.
I'm not sure. He'd probably give McAllister a burst, especially from the CIU Road end. I know I sound like a stock record, but wow. To see Smith actually find something yesterday, a bit of rhythm, a bit of accuracy. He started a bit poorly here this morning.
Wait.
Nandu still fighting on. End of the 41st over. We've had 10 overs in the day's play. Could say pretty balanced at the moment. Sinclair taking those 2, but Team Headley fighting back.
Yeah, and a real opportunity for Matthew Nandu here. 36 from 125 now, Nikhil. I think he looks quite solid in defense, quite compact player. I think his development and the next stage of his batting will be just him being a bit more positive when presented with those scoring opportunities in terms of putting them away. I think he finds the fielders quite a bit. That also adds to the pressure. But as a young man, I think that's something he'll definitely develop. Looks like someone who loves batting time as well. Here, 125 deliveries would have taken that nasty blow yesterday. Showing a bit of heart and fight here.
Wait.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they work out these 2 wickets, because I don't think they'll come as easy as someone like Ambrose. Da Silva will spend a lot of time at the crease, and we're already seeing Nandu almost like a brick wall. Many may have thought yesterday, Mali, when he got struck in the chest from a sharp delivery from Niall Smith, they went with a short ball ploy. He looked a bit rattled. Still found a way, though, to survive out there. Saw it through to the end of the day.
Yeah, he did at one point. It looked like he may actually go off, retired hurt. That would have been, what, maybe the 3rd or 4th player we would have seen in this tri-series, but he stuck it out.
Yeah, this is what I like from St. Clair, though, because I think he's realizing and developing different plans for different batters. Very close to the stumps now, trying to bring Raymond Rifa at that catching position close into play. That time, though, strays to the offside, and Silva finds a way to score.
Yeah, and he's just worried about getting hit through that offside. Trying to keep the lines nice and tight. De Silva there just making enough room. He's trying to keep the lines nice and tight to Josh De Silva. Possibly just get one to spin through the gate with De Silva, maybe just not quite get into the pitcher one. Looking to hit through the offside. But it's such a fine balance.
End of another good over, just one run from it. 92 for 4. Mali, A-team series coming up. West Indies leaving for Bangladesh in a couple of days' time. Haven't seen that squad yet, but I want you to put on your selector's hat. You've seen cricket for a long time, decades.
Oh gosh.
Kevin St. Clair, 23 years old, the only all-rounder to be in the top 10 for most wickets and most runs. Would you carry him as a young player?
To Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Definitely. In these conditions, in Bangladesh conditions as well, quite spin-friendly. But also what we've seen him add to his game, that batting has really developed, I think, in the last year or so. You think back to that 80, he would have scored 86, I think. He would have scored in the previous match here. Showing good, sound, solid technique. He would have looked pretty similar in this first innings as well. Speak back to the dismissal, he'll probably think that he didn't really get anything on that one, but that's the nature of the game. But he looked good once again. Looked really solid, I think. Showed a really good technique. So from what he's shown here, and as you said, what he's done in the regional 4-day championship as well, definitely he's got to be on the tour, to be fair.
Inside edge. That could have easily gone back onto the stumps.
And that's shown real development from the young man. You can see it. He's probably looked at more as a white ball bowler. You can tell he's gone away and really tried to develop his skills to be a more viable, longer format player. And like I said previously, he's just trending upwards at this point in time.
Yeah.
Mali, he's had a real roller coaster ride. I know he's gonna probably come back and bowl from this end, but I think after he made that debut in 2021, had a really good CPL, got into the West Indies side, then was dropped, returned in 2022 in that New Zealand series. Now hasn't been in the squad recently. It's tough for him as a young man to sort of deal with that excitement and disappointment so quickly. So the fact that he's been that hungry to come into the first class season and do that well, many other players could have given up or may have thought to give up.
Yeah, he kind of burst onto the scene, didn't he? Burned really brightly for a little bit, and like you said, just kind of went away. Just lost his place in a couple of teams, especially in the CPL. Had to wait for his chance once again. But this is the nature of professional sport, and one also has to have that resilience if one wants to get to the absolute top. Not everyone develops at the same rate or on the same trajectory at the same time. Some just develop a little later, maybe some a bit earlier as well. But the young man has really come back well. You can tell he's really worked on his fitness. He's tried to get a lot stronger. You can tell he's trying to really spin the ball as well. He's spinning the ball maybe a lot more than we would have seen him in the past.
And just talking about young players like St. Clair, Matthew Nandu, who's out there, it makes me think how much credit someone like an Andre Coley and a Kenny Benjamin, who've worked with the West Indies Academy, deserve. Because the West Indies Academy, let's be honest, in the two matches, pretty much showed up these two teams. 1-1, drew one, could have easily won the second, had a couple things gone their way. And I think for the younger players in the region to be able to do that one, it says a lot about the depth of talent, but two, I think it just says about how well they've been drilled and which sort of the direction that they're trending in.
Yeah, and as you said, you got to give kudos to that whole coaching staff. I'm pretty positive about this tri-series in the fact that it was the West Indies Academy that was the most dominant team here over the duration of this series. You know, top performances with both bat and ball. Oh, and that's gloved.
Yeah, we'll be disappointed, young Matthew Nandu, because he had been so persistent, gritty, but just getting a short one. A similar bowler who troubled him yesterday with that short delivery and Nell Smith. And Devon Thomas eats it up. The persistence paying off for Team Weeks.
Yeah, just finding some accuracy on that short delivery there was Niall Smith. Round the wicket to Matthew Nandu. We were just speaking about just how good the young man had, was looking after that blow that he would have taken yesterday. But this one got inside it, but just rushed slightly. We could hear that sound as well in our ears here in our headphones from the stump mics. Made a kind of duffy sound. It was glove instantly. And a pretty comfortable catch for Devon Thomas behind the stumps. So the nuggety Matthew Nandu has to depart. Team Headley 5 down halfway through.
Yeah, that's a huge strike because when you look at where they are in the game, at the bottom of your screen, it's really virtually 35 for 5.
Yeah.
So they are in not a great position because remember, they need to set a total. Team Weeks, credit to Kevin Sinclair, who's bowled well from this end since the start of the day. It's allowed the seamers to just, I think, be a lot more free and really attack like Smith has done.
Well, yeah. The rotation of the seamers from that CIU road end. That's been pretty much the modus operandi here for teams, especially the teams that come out victorious at the end of the 4 days.
I wonder, Mali, how much that short ball ploy to Nandu yesterday would have impacted this dismissal, because I haven't seen Nandu look to take on too many short deliveries. Look to go after that one.
Yeah, he just probably will feel a bit disappointed looking back at that one. He got into quite a good position, to be fair. That one just going over the shoulder. Probably looking back would have thought, I just could have ducked that one out. That one would have been pretty harmless. But tried to catch up to it, but only managed to get glove. And it brings Justin Greaves to the crease here at number 7. A batsman who I think could do with some runs in this situation here, Joel. We know he's a good player. He's got a pretty decent record at the first class level. Especially with the bats. I think he's probably developed a bit more as Nikhil.
First delivery for Greaves.
I think he's more developed as a bowling all-rounder in the last couple of seasons or so, but probably would have started as a batter.
Successful over for Niall Smith after a bit of inconsistency in the 43 overs, 93 for 5.
And I think that theme just continuing, wickets falling at regular intervals now. What does that make it? 25 wickets here before lunch on this, the 3rd day. Few too many. You think back to when the West Indies Academy would have been batting. There were long periods of long wicketless periods for both Team Weeks and Team Headley. And here, I think they just surrendered their wickets a bit too easily.
Thing is, Nandu would have known that plan was coming as well because they had a leg slip in place, had deep backward square, and Smith may have been brought into the attack specifically for that reason, maybe ahead of a McAllister because of the problems that he caused Nandu yesterday. So it's almost worked to perfection, even ahead of someone like Araya Marifa. That's the wicket I think they really wanted, because the longer he spent there, I think the more time you just suck out of this game.
And the more energy you would just suck out of Team Weeks as well out in the field. Yet another hot day.
Interesting now from Sinclair, and I'm interested to see what he does for Graves. He's going back to over the wicket, but he just went around the wicket to Joshua De Silva. which I find pretty surprising. I thought he would want to start wide, get the ball to spin back in, and bring that short leg in play. And like those couple close catching fielders on the onside. McCaskey's right of screen. A very straight mid-wicket.
Probably a few foot marks there outside that leg stump as well. You know, he'll take that leg LBW out of the equation for sure, but maybe just looking to hit those foot marks.
Oh, he's gone back over the wicket, so he's changing it almost every delivery.
Just trying to mix it up here.
Oh, that could be close. He came a long way across. Finger goes up. I was just seeing Joshua De Silva bat on almost off stump. He'll be disappointed, but Sinclair again, golden arm.
I'll put your umpire hat on. You asked me to put my selector hat on. What do you think about that one, Nikhil, before the replay comes out?
I think he's in big trouble, Joshua De Silva, because of how far across he is. I don't think he realizes, but almost on off stump.
I think height was an issue here. I really do. I know you're more directly behind the umpire's arm, aren't you? So you probably have a better vantage point. I'll go, you say out? I say, I'd love to see it again. Give me that replay, Ronnie. Over the wicket to De Silva. Just changing the angle. Pitched on.
Did hit him on the knee roller just above. Was it clipping the stumps?
Possibly. Could have been an umpire's call at the end of the day. I think it's fair enough, to be honest.
I don't think it did that much to miss. I just think, as you said, man, the height correctly called it initially.
If you ain't call me, good. If you call me. Okay, all right, no problem.
We'll bring Akeem Jordan out again in a crisis situation. And what a spell this has been to start the day from Kevin Sinclair. Third wicket today. He's used that bit of variable bounce to his advantage. Used the crease very well, and this is a massive wicket.
Look how close he got to the stumps as well. Pitched that one in between wicket and wicket. I think that would probably just be hitting. Height would be an issue, but umpire Reefer thinks that it would probably be clipping those stumps. Enough to probably just dislodge those bails.
Tell you what though, umpiring,
it's a toughest
job in cricket, yeah. Easily.
But you mentioned Sinclair just changing his angles around, just giving a different look to Joshua De Silva. Got really close onto the crease as well, to the stumps as well with that delivery. Pitched on, didn't do too much. Not the biggest spinner of the ball, but he does put pressure on that defense.
Jordan off the mark straight away. And that for me is the key. When I look at other off spinners in the region, someone like a Raheem Cornwall spins the ball considerably more than a Kevin Sinclair. So he has to use other things like variance of pace and the use of a crease to try to make things happen. And I think he's really mastering his skills well. Just 23 years old, Mali.
Yeah, accuracy and bounce more than anything is what I think his main attributes are. He delivers from quite high. I think that's something he's definitely worked on as well. Looking to deliver the ball from its highest point. So if there's any bounce to be extracted, he'll get some.
I think now you're really seeing the value in Devon Thomas sticking it out yesterday to get them a lead of 50 plus, because now you've got 97 runs on the board, but it's really only 38. The lead is only 39 runs. Correction, end of 44 overs. Another wicket taking over for Team Weeks.
Yeah,
97 for 6.
The good thing about that innings, Nikhil, from Devon Thomas, he just showed a different string to his bow, you know, not something we've grown too accustomed to seeing from him. You know, when he does get runs, he tends to get them at a good clip. Yesterday, he was quite solid, quite reserved, quite restrained, played the situation.
All of a sudden, in quick succession, wickets have fallen for Team Headley. They do need something from their lower order now. Yet again, Akeem Jordan has been good with the bat in almost all of the innings he's batted in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Justice Silva, he's probably been one of the better batters for Team Headley. He's looked solid, showed a good technique, got a half century as well. That one's hit the back quite hard of Justin Graves there. So number 7 and number 8 at the crease now, still 3 runs away from bringing up 100 is Team Headley. And do you think it's fair to say that they'll be pretty disappointed with their batting performances in this series, Nick?
I think both teams will be.
Mm.
Yes, I know Wheat's got past 400, but other than that, haven't really put much on the board. Mali, I had an interesting conversation with West Indies cricket analyst Kesh Ramphal, and yesterday we were looking at something in terms of pressure, and I think people tend to underestimate how important pressure can really be. I look at someone like Kevin Hodge and his dismissal late yesterday evening. 23 balls without scoring before they got him out. I look at what Sinclair's done today. I know he's got the 3 wickets, but what I think has contributed to that, the fact that he's bowled 7 overs for just 12 runs. He's not giving them anything to work with. They've had to fight hard, and that constant pressure, the constant facing of deliveries, in my estimation, just seems like it's leading to wickets.
Yeah, especially against our West Indian batsmen also, you know, it's almost proven to be their kryptonite. Just being able to dot them up, be accurate, just limit run scoring, and it definitely increases the probability of taking that wicket. It doesn't even necessarily have to be the best delivery, but in context, and for the most experienced batters as well, just to have the 1 century across this series, West Indies Academy would have had multiple. Doubles, have done everything, to be fair. We got a double century, 150 and 120 odd from Kevin Wickham, 136 from Justice Silva. I think that 93 from Brandon King was a standout innings. It was just, the difference was 7 runs. 92, sorry. It was McCaskey that would have scored 93. That as well. But they'll be also very disappointed not to go on, not to get to those 3 figures.
Yeah, important innings for Graves in what is his real last opportunity to come to the party with a bat in hand. Has had an impressive showing with ball, but it's been interesting. You mentioned it yesterday, how his career has almost shifted now to a bowler who can pull those tough spells when the ball is a lot older, hit good areas consistently, and get a lot of wickets like that. But his batting, and it's tough as well when you're bowling that amount of deliveries to then bat 6 and 7 and be expected to score the bulk of runs. It's very challenging.
And that's something we would have harped on about, I think, on day 1. It's such a so difficult to find a balance, especially if you consider the genuine all-rounder.
Made an over in the 45, 97 for 6. Yeah, look at Graves in the first class season. Got a couple scores, but it was the 16 wickets that I think has given him a place here. But there were a couple matches where he did show through with the bat in hand. I look at that match against Jamaica where he got the 50, a 30, and then the 6 wickets as well.
You think of when he played against Ireland, and when he made his ODI debut, he would have played mainly as a batter.
Open the batting.
Open the batting, to be fair. So it's just shuffled around the batting lineups. Oh, that one just playing for a bit of turn there. It was Jordan beating outside that outside edge.
Yeah, hunting wickets, Kevin Sinclair. Can just see hunting for that 5th. He's in a really good rhythm. Tail is up.
No, boy.
Just a little quicker here, a little flatter here to Hakeem Jordan. Interesting just to take note of where on the crease he delivers from.
This partnership really could be it for Team Headley, Mali, because look at what's to come. Minley, Phillip, Shem-Holder, of course capable. We've seen Anderson Phillip at the test level get a few scores, that 40-odd in Australia, but still, wouldn't rely on them to put forward 50 to 100 runs.
Especially with Shem-Holder probably just carrying an injury as well. Was off the field yesterday for long periods.
I love how he's used the field placing as well. This man at right of screen, Zachary McCaskey at straight mid-wicket, almost got ambushed like that yesterday evening with a ball that just was flicked in the air. He has that man close in the onside. He just keeps it simple in terms of trying to spin that ball back in sharply and just get a leading edge or sort of off the inner portion of the bat.
He just tries to use everything at his disposal, quite wily, even though he's 23. He's a thinking cricketer.
Over.
46 overs done and dusted. 99 for 6. Problems for Team Headley.
Sorry, drink.
Double change in the commentary box as we enter the drinks break. But what a first hour of play it's been for Kevin Sinclair and his team. Don't go too far. About 2 or 3 minutes time, we'll be back.
Once again, over there. Oh, give it good, man. Just on par.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's day 3 of this important clash, Team Headley and Team Weeks. At the first hour's break on the morning of the third play, Team Headley, they're 99 for 6, 46 overs, and it has certainly been the Sinclair show here so far. Two of the all-rounders in Team Headley will have to try and rescue their team. And Justin Graves and Akeem Jordan, a big ask, but I can say to you right now, Niles Smith and Kevin Sinclair, they are on a roll, 99 for 6.
Well, on the day that they call moving day, everything has moved in direction of Team Weeks. 32 runs, 4 wickets, in the space of 15 overs this morning, on a day when it was a case where Team Headley needed to bat and set up this match for a result that could possibly favour them. Everything though in the direction of Team Weeks, as that lead is just 41. Smith to continue after the break.
So now Smith looking to really go through the defense of Justin Graves first, or Akeem Jordan. Matthew Nandu would have perished this morning to Niles Smith, and that would have started yesterday from the media center end when he was hit by a Niles Smith short pitch delivery. One better, Niles Smith getting one in the wicket column of this clash. Searching for those pads back and across is Justin Graves.
You'd almost look at the dismissal of Matthew Nandu and say that he was quite fortunate for it. Yes, it worked to plan, but it was a shot that Matthew Nandu could have left. And I say that to say that now Smith hasn't necessarily bowled the best across this series, and he will look at that wicket and say, well, it worked to plan, but it wasn't necessarily the best of deliveries either.
Sometimes you bowl great deliveries, you don't get wickets. That one keeping low there. So Justin Graves is going to have a torrid time here, because some are going to bounce, some are going to keep low like that. It's got to be under money.
Yeah, quite factual indeed in terms of the fact that some days you bowl your best and pick up none, and then just delivery that you knew nothing about picks up the wicket. In terms of how I think though that he could go about continuing, looking at how a lot of these deliveries are bouncing, just looking for that wicket to wicket along the surface to do whatever it wants to here. Forcing Justin Graves and Akeem Jordan when he faces to play as many deliveries as possible, or cause them to bring that defense into play. You're always looking for those pads, especially on this up and down surface. And once again, we just think back to match number 1 on this exact surface, and how Justin Graves picked up wickets, how Naeem Young picked up wickets as well, those medium pace type bowlers. Not to say that Smith is similar pace to Graves and Young, but you would start to categorize him along the type of line and length that should be bowling by those guys.
Slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, square leg. And Alex Athenez, some poor shot dismissals this morning, has just allowed his team to be on top, Team Weeks. And also some very close leg before decisions that could have gone either way. Also in the context of the game. But that's why we play this game called cricket, because it's live. He's tugging this one away. They only get 1 run in the process. Niles Smith trying to bowl an effort ball, but it didn't really get up. So over-completed the first over after the water break. 100 comes up for Team Headley. They're 100 for 6. Just looking at the field placing here for Sinclair. Just thought that he had a lot of people, a lot of players on the leg side, and just allowed Graves and Jordan to get some singles. He's now got a more balance now, so he's now brought Casey Carty over into the cover area, and Vasami Pomal is going to the backward point area. So this is a more balanced field now, and gives him some options. Jordan on drive in. I think the short mid-wicket will have to come a lot more straighter. And McCaskey, he's just a little bit too wide. And maybe just needs to come a little straight and give himself some room. Don't think they're going to get the ball out of Sinclair's hand. He wants 5 wickets.
He'll certainly be hunting for what will be his second 5-wicket haul at the first class level. You would have to say, given how he's bowled, he deserves it, Kevin Sinclair.
$102 for 6. Both batsmen on 4. Make it 5 to Justin Graves. Hakeem Jordan, he comes into the conversation. Cricket West Indies will be having a Cricket West Indies under 19 rising bowling camp. Landeveld, one of the young fast bowlers from St. Martin, just patrolling the boundary. Nathan Edwards is also expected to be here. Sinclair, 5 overs. This is 17th over, 4 for 29. Over completed. 103 for 6.
At the end of that one, just Sinclair scuffing the surface ever so slightly, showing that's just a bit of disappointment in terms of how he bowled just now. Probably felt as if he was not as consistent as he wanted to be in that over. Probably more so in terms of the lines that he was bowling. It looks as if they're saying that Niall Smith has done the job that they've wanted from him. It's going to be Jar McAllister brought into the attack now from that CIU end.
Am I seeing right? Maybe need to get my glasses on to make sure that that's what I'm seeing. Joel announced it, so I don't know. I have to look to see. 103 for 6, the lead of 45. Finally, somebody has yielded to the pressure.
This will be the first time in this match that McAllister will be bowling from that CIU end. He operated from the media center end across the first innings.
Always start with that posture, that dry run, as you would say, almost like a triple jump athlete. You run up and you're just making sure that you want to get your nerves out of the way. But he's a handful. He's somebody that they can work with. He's a big, strong guy. I hope to see him around for some time. Clipped away past Niall Smith. Full toss. And that's gone off the bat of Justin Graves. Down to the final leg boundary for 4.
It starts with a wayward one. McAllister, the pace was on, certainly. But the line was incorrect. The length was incorrect as well. And you would have to say that it was an absolute gift for Justin Graves. Just needed to get back on it to help it around the corner, and he did just that. And got it fine enough as well of the man that was coming around at fine leg. Quite an easy way to collect a boundary.
Indeed. His teammate Dominic Driggs talking to him. He's also got the experience for Sammy Pomal, giving him some words of encouragement. What a servant to West Indies cricket, Guyana cricket, Pomal. Hitting the back, that's a good delivery. Rush Justin Graves with that one.
It'll be interesting because this morning some of the advice offered to Team Headley was don't pull until you get to 50. Those were the words said to them, and I thought about a shot that Nandu played and had Nandu listen to that advice. Granted, I'm not too sure Nandu would have heard it, but that was certainly the conversation this morning. I was really just about emphasizing spending time at the crease and putting away certain shots, especially that pull shot, especially on a surface like this, which is playing that up and down. You can't really guarantee how the ball will be bouncing. And I'm pretty sure that Justin Graves and Akeem Jordan can probably take something from that piece of advice as well. If they're going to take the wicket on this surface, it has to be something that happens, whether or not the ball keeps low or anything of that nature. But the short ball certainly is one that doesn't necessarily pose the greatest of threats unless you actually look to go after it on the surface.
Thank you.
To be honest with you, I've been thinking about maybe even having, I've been thinking about bringing Dominique Driggs, maybe even from this end, with 6 wickets down, trying to wrap this up before lunch. He's hitting the deck hard. He's really charging up, and this is what I like about him. His passion. It doesn't matter whether you give him the new ball, the old ball. The ball could be 90 overs old. He's gonna run in. He wants to make it.
Running in is exactly what McAllister has been picked to do. And he's been on the shorter end of things for this over. 5 runs from it is 108 for 6. I just think also,
I won't be too critical on him, Joel, because this is the first time, unlike everybody else had chances to come from the CIU road end, the media center end, but the energy that he brought in that over, the last delivery there, hitting Devon Thomas's gloves, you could hear the cop, and that's what you look for. Lead of 50, and this game could be over very soon.
it was just interesting to see McAllister actually make his way in between the two batters to have a bit of a word with them. But also at the end of that over, they were talking about the footmarks and where he was landing. I just wonder if that's probably posing a bit of a challenge for him. But yeah, certainly not going to judge him hard in terms of that one over, but it's going to be interesting to see how he makes the adjustments as he goes across his spell. Might probably get a burst of maybe 4 or 5 here, McAllister, from that end, as long as that run-up or that landing area is not posing a problem for him. And I just think about a couple spells that he's bowled in the first class championship, especially coming on to the latter stages when they were playing in Trinidad. And this surface is similar to the Queen's Park Oval in terms of how it's been playing. And he started to bowl what we consider to be that in-between length, where there were balls that were just marginally bouncing over the stumps, or once they kept low, hitting on the stump length, but they were not necessarily short balls, and batters were unsure of how to actually approach him. I think that is where he would want to find himself as he goes through this spell.
Driven down the ground. For this, I just find it's too easy. You can't give away singles or bring Niall Smith up into the circle, or more or less close, mid-on, mid-off. I hate to see runs given away. Force the batsman to try and get runs. Permal is finally my prediction. Wanted to start with him very early this morning, but Sinclair had the golden arm.
Probably going down with the arm there, but I think this could actually be the first time. As we get that one more time, and he probably did just there with the angle from Pramal coming left arm around, not turning, and because of that, sliding down the leg side.
Jordan, not sure, thinking about it, wanted to come, change his mind.
Yeah, but Pramal has primarily operated from that CIU end, and it was a case of he was operating in tandem with St. Clair. And now he's replacing St. Clair from this media center end.
Good change, good option. St. Clair might have to wait another day to pick 5 wickets up. You never know, because Pramal, don't think he wants to get into the wicket column as well too. Reefer, putting in some work here. It's not sure. Beautiful. Nice use of the feet there. He wants to get out. He wants to get Reefer from in front of him. Just above the eye line. Anything just above the eye line, it's a conversation that you'd want to have. Pramal from the media center end.
Over.
1 run out of the over. 109 for 6.
I certainly think that Pramal could be smiling and should be smiling, seeing the fact that Akeem Jordan is using his feet to him, and this is where now the variations in pace, or what we call that push and pull, comes into play for a bowler with the skills of Pramal. Certainly should be looking to invite Akeem Jordan to once again use those feet, and then it just might find an occasion where he leaves him down there, where he's probably just not to the pitch of it. Something funny enough similar, and I'm not necessarily classing Kavem Hodge with for Sami Pramal, but something similar to what Kavem Hodge would have done in the first innings for Team Weeks. On that occasion, though, was a misstumping. But similar to that in terms of just that push and pull nature of bringing the batsman down, getting to play, especially on a pitch that's been turning and gripping.
109 for 6. Back of the length delivery again, forcing him to just play this out into the backward point area. Tej Chandapal is nonchalant, just lobs the ball up. Devon Thomas keeps chirping away there, so too is Raymond Reefer. They're asking him to push for one. Get one in that wicket column. Register your name. I'm on target again. Reefer enjoying his cricket. 109 for 6. The lead is 50, 51. Attacking those stumps here. This is a good over. It's really running in with some energy. And he's hitting the bat very hard. At least another 35 minutes before lunch. Down to Chandapal again, into that region. Don't know if you saw the news, Joel. Johnson Charles going to got a stint to playing in the IPL. So I think that's good for the preparation of the West Indies team.
Certainly would have seen it got signed to KKR, Johnson Charles, and especially on the back of some of the performances that we saw him with. It's nice to finally see him have that opportunity.
If I had bet Mali that McAllister would not have been bowling from the CIUN, he might have won. We've been here for 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, and somebody has finally got the memo. Maybe it came from King Charles. 109 for 6. Punched into the offside. Chandapal coming around. Can't stop the single. But this is good. This is real good. And he keeps coming. He keeps charging. He should have replaced Niall Smith this morning.
I was mentioning the fact that I'll be looking at McAllister and seeing the types of adjustments that he makes as he goes along his spell. That being the second over that he's bowled, there's not really been any real adjustments in terms of the length that he's bowling. The only good thing for them at the moment is the fact that Team Headley aren't scoring quickly, so the pressure is still there. But just in terms of the possibility of taking the wickets from McAllister at the moment, I don't necessarily think that that length might be the one to work for him. It's very easy at the moment for Graves. Well, Graves is the one who's been facing, so not Jordan, but very easy for Graves to just get back on the back foot and just allow that ball to come to him. Sure, McAllister is hitting the bat hard, but just in terms of posing a challenge for him, that challenge isn't there. Like I said, the only thing going from the fact that they aren't necessarily getting away with the scoring rate.
Pamal on target, building pressure. Bowlers hunting pairs, so it's now going to be a combination. Let's see what's going to happen. Drakes and Sinclair, they created the pressure. Let's see if Team Headley will survive. Searching at those paths just above the eye line. You want to get it up there. Just above the eye line. That's what you'll be thinking about. Full toss, hits beautifully down the ground. Lovely shot by Justin Graves.
Yeah, didn't need to do much there, Graves. Full toss from Versami Pramal, and with the mid on up, he really just needed to get timing on it, get bat onto it. Quite a lovely shot from him. Timed perfectly down the ground, heel like that. It will give him some confidence.
He's now brought the mid on a lot straighter, because Graves tends to play straight. He's got a reshove. He's not somebody who's going to play into the middle wicket area like maybe someone like an Ambrose. Tends to hit the ball a lot straighter down the ground. 114 for 6. He's on 16 Graves from 32. It's a flighty delivery. Driving again. Pamal has to do better. You got to stop that. And I hope they're not getting complacent and worked out that, well, you know, 6 wickets are down, so we can just we can leak runs. They still have to have the same intensity. Alec Atternes just have to remind them our job is not done yet. We have to at least dislodge these two because they're quite capable. Over comes to an end. 52 overs have been bowled in today's play. In fact, in the innings.
Spin.
115 for 6. Some 31 minutes before lunch. And if they maybe can just get a couple more wickets, the conversation could start as to how long this game will last after lunch. But either way, we will have a result.
And there's nowhere I'm hearing someone say, don't get too short. And that's the conversation I was hoping somebody would have with McAllister. Because I mentioned, I'm just looking at how he progresses throughout the spell. What does he go to as his containment delivery? What does he go to as his wicket-taking delivery? Because I wouldn't necessarily look at McAllister as my containment bowler in terms of the fact that he's somebody that comes on with burst. So he's always coming on looking for wickets, McAllister.
I think we got to understand the context. This is his first time he's bowling from this end, and he's bowling at the batsman. And that's all I'm concerned about. I don't worry about him bowling full length or whatever. He needs to keep the energy up, and I like the energy. I don't want anybody bowling any full half volleys so that somebody can lick them away to cover. If you want to bat, face McAllister. Oh, come on, Sinclair.
Yeah, that one flew through the hands.
Gotta kick those. He's produced the offer. Sinclair have to come up with that. You can't drop those at this level.
Flashing at that one, Akeem Jordan. And it flew off the bat. It was given some width. In fact, not as much width, and probably that is why you got a little choked on the shot in playing that one. And Sinclair not up for the task in terms of the reflexes on that particular occasion, because the ball was past him before he really got his hands into position to take it. But that's the extra pace factor of McAllister.
See Sir Andy Roberts looking on. Ball him! This is what happens. Some bunks. Anything happens in the neck of the woods of things.
And there's where we talk about bowling the correct lengths on this surface and what happens when you move that in terms of the ball, whether or not it gets up or keeps down. But always being wicket to wicket and looking for the option of taking that. And there we see it with McAllister. Akeem Jordan looking for that one to probably get up a bit more. And we always knew that cross-batted shots would pose some problems on this surface. And it was certainly a very short delivery. No flaw or fault on the part of Jordan there. The surface really and truly doing majority of the work on that occasion. He's got to go for 8. It's now 120 for 7.
Yes, 120 for 7. It simply means that it is going downhill for Team Headley. A lead of only 62 runs. But justification from McAllister coming from the CIU end or the airport road end, whichever you may choose. And that's what extra pace does. We have been speaking about that all game, perhaps even in the previous game, that he needs to be himself. He needs to free himself up. He needs to be coming off of that hill. He needs to get a good bite from that end, and immediately, well, not immediately, but partly through his spell, he has gotten the wicket of Akeem Jordan. And don't say it's a low order, because Akeem Jordan would have scored 123 runs in this contest.
Looked
and
quite good as well.
Looking
Looks
good.
like a proper batsman.
He has been the one who has kept the partnerships going, particularly with Josh De Silva previously. And he has just lost his stump. McAllister will continue. Marley Richards, it looks as though now we're into the tail. It's fair to say. Justin Graves would not like to hear that, but I'm sure Anderson Phillip may agree.
Oh, Anderson. Anderson Phillip, I think he'll disagree, to be fair, you know.
Every batter will disagree.
Yeah, he's got a bit of batting ability.
I know that.
But they're just staring down the barrel, to be fair. 62 they lead by, essentially 62 for 7.
Yes, and it started badly this morning for them. A little bit of indiscretion we would have seen from who should be a senior batter. Ambrose started the rot. And once he started that, it has all gone downhill for Team Headley. Oh, short one. I like the aggression there. But Anderson Phillip, he's retaliating.
Yeah, and to be fair, you know, that wicket of Jordan was a good illustration of just why we would have been clamoring for Jaya McAllister to get a burst from that CIU road end. The inconsistent bounce that's available here, and the type of bowler that he is, hits the deck hard. His length, his stock length is more back of a length. He'll be the type of bowler that could extract that more often.
Phillip gets bat onto that one. It didn't rise as the previous one. You get the impression that there is also a fast bowlers contest
going on
developing.
here.
Successive short deliveries. The over comes to an end. A successful over from Jai McAllister. He has 1 for 23 now. 121 for 7.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle for Team Headley overall with the bat in this tri-series. Just that one standout innings of 136 you can think about from Josh De Silva.
Apart from that, nothing to write home for in terms of the bat from Team Headley. There were predictions that this game would not have lasted the third day. Yesterday, I doubted that when I saw that resolute, solid batting from Team Weeks, bringing back the game into the air. But it has been almost like a two-tail situation. Lose wickets, consolidation, then the wickets tumble.
Yeah, wickets, you probably get just 1.5, maybe 2 the most in terms of a substantial partnership. None reaching 3 figures just yet.
For Sammy Pamor, he's in search of his first wicket of this innings.
Oh, a bit of
Good
turn.
one. Really left him. Philip kept a bit low, but I thought it was the turn that really had Philip.
Oh, that's bowled him.
As easy as Sunday morning.
And it's taken Team Weeks quite a while to actually work out the modus operandi of going about rotating the bowlers here on the CCG wicket. Veerasamy Permal now bowling from the media centre end, the end that favours the spinners.
That's right.
More often than not. Think back to Rakeem Cornwall, the amount of wickets he would have taken here in the CCG, at the CCG during the 4-day championship. All this in context. The previous delivery would have spun. You may say, oh, this has just gone on straight. Yes, it has. It's probably just playing for a little bit of turn there, just holding the bat inside, but it just goes on with the arm and it's breaches his defenses. So Anderson Phillips' short stay at the crease comes to an end.
There's Sammy Pamor taking his first wicket of the innings, and he'd be happy to continue to add on the 600, the 601, the 602, the 603, and perhaps Mali. We could see this innings wrapped up before lunch.
Yeah, but if you're really being hypercritical, and I will be at this stage, you're probably, it's probably taking Team Weeks a bit long to recognize the conditions here.
That's right.
And this should apply, you may go to Bangladesh and it'll be the same thing. One has to be quick in terms of reading the conditions here and what it's going to take in order to try and get a positive result.
Yeah. Had they looked at that perhaps earlier in the morning, it could have been maybe game over already. So Shame Holder replaces Philip.
Once again, pressure on that front foot defense, that man at silly point.
Well, when you look at this, you would ask yourself some questions. And I'm speaking of the whole. Oh, that one kept low. Through the keeper, down to fine leg. It may have dropped in a foothold or something.
Yeah, it did, but it just highlights, probably Josh De Silva, probably, no, actually Devon Thomas there, just getting up a little too early. You could tell, tried to readjust and get back down to that one. Just got to stay lower that split second longer.
So all the frontline bowlers would have taken a wicket. Well, with the exception of Raymond Reefer, if he would be, he is a frontline bowler. Recently merging in terms of his batting.
More as a batting all-rounder.
Yeah. So he would be happy that at least he's seen the colleagues doing the bulk of the work. When we reflect that today we came in with the score on 60? 2 for 2? So far in the session, 61 runs, but you have lost, 6 wickets.
6 wickets.
Could you believe that? And apart from that one that kept low, that you can't really see you can't fault the pitch. I think it's a matter of commitment in terms of the batting.
And there's also a way to bat on low pitches, you know. You still got
That's
to try
right.
and counteract that.
That's right.
Yeah, you can't be playing too many horizontal bat shots. You know, you've got to look to play the ball as straight as possible. Give yourself a chance, you know, to survive the ball that keeps low. One has to watch the ball as close and play as late as possible
under
as
the
well.
eyes.
Yeah, you just got to give yourself the best chance. You can't just see it straight on, short on a pitch that's you know, giving you a bit inconsistent bounce and just think it's going to be a pull shot. One has to wait.
And the signature of that we saw was how Walcott got out, trying to pull across the line, a straight delivery. He was right on his back foot.
Even that Hakeem Jordan dismissal at the end of the day.
Good delivery, but didn't take the edge. And then you saw on the other contrast, carelessness. Sonny Lambris, he showed that first ball, got away with it for 3 runs, and then played right down to Niall Smith. On the long on boundary, you wondered if he really had plans for a flight to be out of here early, because it is inexplicable.
The first over of the day as well.
That had pace and good bounce.
And that's just what that extra pace does, especially on a pitch now. It's starting to just do a few things in terms of the bounce. That extra pace doesn't allow the batter to readjust.
That's right. What should Justin Graves' approach be at this stage? 8 wickets down, only one batter to come.
He's on 18th and 38 here. He's just got to continue looking the way he does. At times, he's got to take his scoring opportunities. He's got to look to farm the strike, I think, a bit more as well. Shane Holder probably just carrying a bit of an injury. So he'll probably have to take take up the senior batting role here. And it's a man who would have had some success with the bat at the first class level.
Playing for the Windward, some may have thought that he started as a batter, and then his bowling really came on leaps and bounds this season. But he's a balanced cricketer. Well played. But good delivery from McAllister. It was hurrying him, coming into him, back of the length, and that's what we need to see. A fairly decent over comes to an end, 124 for 8.
Yeah, pretty good over there from McAllister.
Thank you.
That's been the story of this match. No team yet managing to score above that 235.
What?
And that is disappointing.
Very much so.
Because in the first game, at least, we had the Academy scoring 323. We had Team Headley scoring 259, and then Team Headley fell apart in their second innings, really setting up an easy win for the Academy. But in this game, 177 is never a good score batting first. There was no devil in the pitch. And I thought this team has proven to be the weaker or the weakest in batting of the 3 teams in this tri-series. Mali may have mentioned the monumental 136 not out by Josh De Silva. They really stand out. And a couple of good knocks by Kaveem Hodge and also Hakeem Jordan. But apart from that, it has been nothing significant. Powell got into the 20s on a couple of occasions, but I think it has been disappointing. However, Team Weeks did fairly well in the context that they only had to eclipse 177. They scored 235, but that itself was not a very big score. The top score was 57. A good innings from Devon Thomas. And now, Team Headley just pleating away.
Yeah, the bowlers definitely have dominated. Oh, that one's gone off the straight, and it's gone at pace as well.
Really bowling better from this end.
Definitely.
He's troubling the batters better.
Definitely. It's the end that's proven to be more beneficial for the spinners throughout the season here.
Because in the first innings from the CIU end, he wasn't that penetrating. even in the previous game, he was struggling the first day. Almost 80 runs came off his bowling without a wicket, and then he followed through with some wickets in the second innings. So this is the end where Sammy Pamal completes his 10th over, 1 for 12, rather economical stuff.
Yeah, and he would have bowled quite a few overs in that first innings as well. The majority from that CIU road end. As he said, probably, and we would have made note of that and mentioned the fact that, you know, he's just being used from the wrong end in terms of what we would have seen here at the CCG throughout the season. It's going to be spin, though, from the CIU road. Replacing Jaya McAllister will be Kevin Sinclair.
I would have loved to see a couple more overs from McAllister. I think he was really working up some pace. He was much more accurate in this spell than we have seen all the time. I would have just loved to see him given that extra opportunity.
Yeah, I think, you know, short, sharp spells for him, you know, rotation. That's the best way, you know, use him as an attacking option. This one swung across the line, though, and it's been hit well from holder. Beats that man at that mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, so he's come out looking to get on with things here, Seth.
Well, perhaps the counter-attacking way. I think you said it from first day, that there's a way in which you may want to counter-attack.
Yeah, across the line there, going for that slug sweep. Good thing about that was just how still his head was. Watch the ball all the way onto the bat as well. I tell you what, though, Team Weeks wouldn't be too disappointed with the strokes that he's playing at this stage.
Well, they need the run.
Yeah.
They need a better lead.
I don't think that, you know, he's going after them, but also gives them an opportunity. He's not looking to hang about, that's for sure. Reverse comes out, and he connects 4 more. So that's what, 8 runs in 3 deliveries there, Seth?
Yes, and he connects in a commanding way. He chose the right delivery. He was a quarter early the minute it was pitched from Sinclair. And that reverse broom, look at it.
Yeah, just showing.
Outside off, turned early, had the right foot planted, and there was no one seeing that until it got past the ropes. So he's onto something, Mali.
Yeah, it's a modern game, especially in the longer format. Batters bringing all those skills from the white ball over to the red ball game.
And what is key in playing shots like those is that you're decisive. He was not hurrying into it in the end. He had gotten into his position early, planting that right foot outside off.
And they'll be hoping they can eke their way up to a lead of
Even
150, 100,
before
you know,
lunch.
150 plus. Oh, it's gone high. It's going to go close to the boundary. McAllister's after it. I think it's going to beat him. It does. So quite an expensive over there from... Actually, still got 1 delivery remaining.
Well, they say fortune favors the brave.
He's got 12 already.
That's right. Looking to
Once
counter-attack.
again, that sweep. Just top
A
edging
good
that
idea.
one. Yeah.
He did top edge, but the ball was... He was playing with the turn. Could not have been given LBW had he missed it. No, he was playing with the turn and did the right thing technically.
Just causing a few field changes now. So this positive intent having an effect on Team Weeks out there in the field.
Bowling.
Goes back to almost test style forward defensive from Shem Holder. 12 from 9. Good start from him. Just adding some impetus to this innings for Team Headley.
Easily the most expensive over of the innings. 136 for 8. And I think these two, as they try to mount a rear guard action, if they can remain together up to lunch, that they would have time to carve carve out a bigger lead.
Notice he's gone after his counterpart in terms of both being right arm off spinners.
Well,
Shem Holder. He's been more circumspect against the veteran Viasami Permal. But he's looking to take Sinclair's life here.
well, he's saying I know the craft.
Yeah.
So you can't fool me.
Competition within the competition.
Perhaps teaching some of the other batters how you approach the off spinner. It's almost like a total.
That one's just punched down the ground quite nicely. So 1 for Greaves. Interesting to see what Shem Holder does here. What's he gonna do? Is he looking to take on Permal, or has he just targeted Sinclair?
Don't know.
I think we'll get a pretty good indication by this delivery.
It's almost like a total role reversal when you see these lower order batters are being commanding and more decisive than some of the top order batters who have either been tentative or careless. And looking good, Shema Holder. I said Shema, I should be Shem Holder. I don't think you can say with any of the shots that he has been careless. He picked his spot and it's good batting. But this time he goes down the track. I'm not quite sure, as though he wanted to go onside. And
Especially with the ball spinning away from him. Probably not the best option to Permal.
yes, he was trying to go onside or go down. Wasn't attempting to go down the ground either. Fortunately for him, made enough stride that could not have even been an LBW option.
Still seems to be struggling a bit physically though. Maybe not at his fluid best. That swing was actually quite stiff. He's just carrying some lower back, having some lower back troubles.
Over.
All over, completed, not as many runs as perhaps Shem Holder wanted in this over.
Yeah, but he's on strike again, and Kevin Sinclair's coming back. And I don't anticipate seeing something much different from the previous over. He's going to look to go after him again.
The only thing they have set, well, they are setting at least 3 men in the deep on the onside. Tactically, that is something that I'm always looking at. After a 4 or so, you're making the changes. And the lead is not a threatening lead. I would persist with a couple of guys in, 1 out. Let him have his chance.
Yeah, lefty, yeah.
I think a lot of that will depend on how Shem Holder goes about this. I think they've got those men there because they think he's going to continue
In that mode.
in that vein, regardless of the fact that they're positioned on the boundary.
So play out a little more intent.
It's good to see Firasami
Yeah,
coming up.
you just heard that. You just heard what he said to Devin Thomas. He's just looking to play with a little more intent.
Yes. It's amazing how these guys speak the game out there. to each
Yeah,
other.
gives you some insight into to just how they're thinking
And
as
now
well.
you see the changes again. Reefer comes in. As though he's going to leg slip or forward short leg. And the captain himself has gone
Still, behind.
to the left of the umpire. Devin Thomas seems to be the one directing traffic.
Yeah,
He's that sort of player.
especially the wicket keeper, just
Yeah.
sorting the angles out.
Goes at it again. Loud appeal is given. Didn't last the over. Disappointing.
Yeah, it's just whether that's pitched within wicket and wicket here.
We're
Gone
gonna see.
across. Got his foot well across that off stump. With
Was
Shem
going
Holder.
with the turn.
But we know Sinclair isn't the biggest spinner of the ball.
That's right. So whether it was wicket to wicket.
Tends to get quite close to the stumps. Jumps in. Close. That's pitched just on.
I'm not sure, Mally. I know his leg dragged back after playing the stroke. Let's have a second look at it. His left foot was well outside off. He was playing a stroke. Did the ball drag back enough? Well outside. You could see all three stumps behind there. Oh. That's a disclaimer. It's not us.
We apologize.
Yes, we apologize for
if you heard that colorful language there.
I am not quite sure, Mali. It may be. But the umpire knows. 138 for 9. That's what we can tell you. That is coming from us. The truth is, Team Headley, they're in trouble here. Only a lead of 80.
80 for 9, essentially.
Yes.
Marquino Binley coming in at number 11. The guys there, Devon Thomas in particular, just having a bit of a laugh with him. He was rehearsing a few shots, especially through the covers.
Sinclair.
Sinclair has gotten his 5.
He has. His fifth, 5 for 41.
Yes, almost went unnoticed by us. We were so consumed with looking at that dismissal. So he has gotten his 5-4. He will be delighted.
But we were saying this morning just how good he's been in this tri-series. It's been really beneficial for him. He's taking this opportunity. He's taken the opportunity. Scoring runs, picking up wickets here, getting his 5.
And his, well,
he's been good in the field. Would have probably put down a catch this morning, a little earlier. That
and he was good with the bat.
Yeah.
86 in that game against the Academy was a good innings.
Yeah, the all-round ability. We harped on about that. The all-round ability that he would have shown in this tri-series, the improvement with the bat and ball. To be fair, he's a lot more accurate. He's really looking to spin the ball a lot more.
Really a good emerging player.
Oh, ball in there, Sinclair.
He has gotten, 4 first-class 50s. That's very good for a young upcoming player.
Just 23.
Yes, and he has had 41 wickets so far, first-class wickets.
So they'd love to take him into lunch here.
And his second 5-wicket haul. So that is something to celebrate. We usually say the equivalent of a 5-4 is a century. 141 for 9.
Yeah, and what a time to take his second 5-wicket haul in front of, the big wigs here at CWI, the chairman of selectors.
That's right.
Everyone's here taking in these games.
And the historians are 2 friends from Trinidad and Tobago and others.
Yeah. The grumpy old men, as I call it. They're still here. They've been here throughout. It's been great to see them, speak to them as well.
We tried our best to get them on air, but they said they made a cabinet decision. And they only have cabinet on Thursday. So they would make another decision next Thursday when there would be no cricket.
I think we'd have a few, we'd have to put out a few disclaimers before we get there, but as well.
So
actually love speaking to the older folk.
Yes.
You learn so much that one rolls, pretty much.
With them, it's like a mountain of knowledge. The truth is we look at stats, but stats alone don't tell the tale.
Yeah,
they bring the qualitative aspects, the history, the stories that you won't see anywhere in any book.
The eye test,
Yes.
They've run their eyes over many a West Indian cricketer over the last 4 or 5 decades. That's a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience.
Lovely shot. Marquino Minley getting a 4. Perhaps showing the top batters how to do it.
Well, he came out and he was looking to be aggressive with those shots. The guys probably thought he was a bit funny. But not too much laughing going on now, is there?
That's right.
Minley swats that across the line. 4 more added to that lead. Yes. What is it now, 87?
Yes, he has quieted the chatter.
Again, it's gone high, but it's going to be safe, I think. Oh, it drops safe.
with 3 men attacking, 2 running out and 1 running in, and that still was still safe.
Yeah, just lobbed this pitch. You call that a little pitching wedge in golf. Landed quite softly just outside that 30-yard circle. As you said, evading 3 fielders, 3 converging on it, but chance goes a begging.
Millie can do better. He can bat. Just struck a 4, wants to do it again. Perhaps he needs to say, I have Justin Graves with me, so I can just hang around a bit more.
Graves has looked good, but he's just run out of partners here.
That has been the reality almost for Team Headley throughout this series.
That one just inner half of the bat, just going on with the arm.
Over.
The 60th over of the innings has been completed. And you reckon in terms of the partnerships, as we have been saying, look at it. No substantial partnership.
Yeah, it's been a struggle.
20s, in the 20s, 1, 2. It is just not good enough. And I think that is part of the challenge that has been the challenge for Team Weeks. The Powell, the opening partnership, that was okay. And then the second wicket partnership between Nando and Kavim Hodge. Outside of that, only again Nando with Josh De Silva 22. Graves and Hakeem Jordan 25.
Yeah, once again, no partnerships reaching 50. Nothing of any real substance for Team Headley.
Can't do well with batting without partnerships.
Yeah, more of the same.
In the first game against West Indies Academy, the 104 partnership between Josh De Silva and Hakeem Jordan did help them to that score of 259.
But then you think back to the first innings as well, when Team Weeks was batting. Just the one partnership above 50, that being the 10th wicket partnership between Vesami Pramal and Devon Thomas.
That's right.
80, that partnership would have yielded. The next best being the second wicket partnership between Chandapal and Reef at just 48.
Yes, cricket is about building that, and that's what the players need to know, need to practice, need to accomplish for positive team outcomes. Would they then, as we get closer to lunch, would they apply that rule? Would they have an option?
The extra half an hour, I think that's what's in effect here.
Yes. So these two can still defy that. Bat on and go to lunch.
Oh!
That one went through him. How it did not. It beat the stump, beat the keeper, beat everyone.
Gives you an illustration of the bounce as well, you know. I think that sometimes that's why we think the height comes into play on a few of those LBW decisions. That one turned and bounced.
Well, it brought up the 150.
Just 150 for 9 now.
The two buys.
That lead 92.
Over comes to an end, 150 for 9.
Yeah, big spinner there from Kevin Sinclair. 5 for 45, the standout here in the second innings. Let's have a look at that one again. Just pitched outside, but really turned. Just bounced over the stumps as well. Actually cut Marquino Minley in half, that one.
That's right. Beat the wicket keeper, went down the leg side, and it pitched outside off and really dragged back. Well, I don't know if you went to the T10 last night, Mali.
No.
I can't make those after days like this.
I haven't been to any.
So I heard that Raheem Cornwall scored 98 from 30.
Did he?
33 deliveries.
Okay.
Wow. But didn't get the 100. But when you're doing that, 98, that's a lot of runs from 33 deliveries.
Definitely is.
Some 9 sixes.
I know he's been in good form in that T10 competition. Would have scored 60 odd previously off some 30-something deliveries in the previous match. Haven't managed to get to any of the games, but I've just kept
I
a
may do
little eye
sometime
on-
next week.
Mm.
One of the evening games. But quite a lot of cricket being played around.
Oh! Spun as well. Well played by Greaves.
It's good to see, though, Greaves is, you know, confirming that he can bat through difficult circumstances, and he's not going to play out of character because he's with the tail. Oftentimes you see players, either they got to go for that big swipe, or they're trying to, you know, overrun or confuse as to whether or not they should, whether or not they should proceed with quick runs. But he is being very composed with the last man. I don't want it, let me just correct that tail mistake that some people are not comfortable with. But he's not at all being out of character. He's middling it. He's content to play. He's content to keep his hand up and to show that, hey, I'm trying to announce myself coming lower in the order. And with his brisk medium pacers, moving from Barbados to the Windward Islands. Looks command in his bat against Virasamy Pramod. It is 151 for 9, and Nikhil will join Ronnie, will join Maddie. I'm accustomed to Ronnie doing the tricks, moving from the computer to the broadcast.
Yeah, that lead approaching 100 now. Well, it has been a disappointing batting performance. Pretty miserable reading, really, that scorecard. As I'm joined by Nikhil Uttam Chandani now.
What a delivery that is. Mali Richards, Kevin Sinclair, 20 overs now, 12 in the day. 5-wicket haul. Massive for the youngster.
Huge, huge. Just starting to get the ball to really go now. Really getting it to turn and bounce. Sinclair.
Hey!
He sneaked through for that single.
What do you make of the change of ends for him? Do you think it's sort of helped his approach, or you prefer him from this media center end?
Well, he just, you know, some bowlers just seem to, it doesn't really seem to be much of an issue regardless of what end they're bowling from. And here he's got some footmarks to aim at as well, outside the right-hander's off stump.
Hey.
He has had a brilliant 2023. When you look at the fact that picked up his first 5-wicket haul earlier this year against the Leeward Islands in Guyana, but now I think this one will mean a lot more to him, because not only is it in this tri-series where you've got the best players on show, it's also in Antigua. Different conditions to Providence, where the ball, I mean, it is spinning, but not as much and as prodigiously.
Yeah, and for him to extract the amount of spin that he's getting here tells you that that's an aspect of his game that he has worked on, really looking to impart more revs on these deliveries. And then, when the natural variation comes into play, that one that just holds its line or just goes on, proves to be even more of a difficult proposition for batters. Accuracy is his main thing. Just landing that ball just on or about that off stump, just outside.
Bowling.
End of another tight over, just 3 from it. 153 now for 9.
Yeah, and we've 10 minutes into this extra half an hour here being taken. 9 down team Headley. As we said, sorry reading that scorecard. Matthew Nandu, 36 from 129, the top score here. And they've really made hard work of what are still pretty decent batting conditions. The odd one, yeah, we've actually not the odd one. We've just seen the inconsistent bounce become more regular here as the days worn on. But we did expect that, especially day 3, day 4. Oh, and that's gone again.
This time gets the wicket, and that's the final nail in the coffin. That one, Marquino Millie had no idea about. Just takes the outside edge. May have come off Devon Thomas's hand as well, but easy catch. 153 all out, and it will mean Team Weeks will just need 97 runs, Mali.
Yeah, just 97 to win here. Turn and bounce from Vasami Parmal, wide of the crease, quite tossed up, but mainly big edge, almost took the splice of the bat. Devon Thomas just parrying that into the path of Alec Atenez. Takes a quite comfortable catch in the end. So bowled out for 153, and as you said, just 97 to win. Pretty sorry stuff from Team Headley with the willow in hand. I think a lot of soul searching for these batters to do.
Yeah, we'll be disappointed, but at the same time, I think we'll be happy with the way that their lower order contributed. A couple of decent returns for Justin Graves, who's unbeaten on 25. Of course, Shem Holder with that burst of 13 and 8 apiece. They were struggling at 95 for 6. For them to get to 150, many may have thought they wouldn't have got there, but credit to Kevin Sinclair, who was brilliant. 97, could there be any challenge involved, Mali?
Yeah, especially with the bounce that we've seen here. Yeah, expect both teams haven't batted well, so I'm not anticipating this to be the most comfortable run chase either. To be fair, so expect maybe a few wickets to go down as well. But Kevin Sinclair, the standout, 21 overs, he's 5 for 48, leading the way for Team Weeks. Ably supported by Vasami Parmal with his 2 for 20 as well, bowling out Team Headley for 153, 96 to win in the end.
What I would say though is, given the surface and the spin Kevin Hodge and Shem Holder that they have on offer, look at the partnerships, just a real significant one between Nandu and Hodge late yesterday. Justin Graves and Jordan fought on before Jordan got an unplayable delivery, didn't bounce. But it does mean, though, given the way this surface is played, that it could be a gripping session of cricket in the middle of the day to come after lunch. Don't go too far. Should be back in about 45 minutes' time, where Weeks will need 97 to win this match.
Good afternoon and welcome to day 3 of this tri-series, Team Headley and Team Weeks. Just to let you know that Team Headley were bowled out in the second innings for 153, 63.1 overs. They failed to bat even 80 overs. Team Weeks, 235 all out of 80.3. Team Headley in their first innings, 177 all out. And the man of the moment, Kevin Sinclair from Guyana with 5 for 48 of 21 overs for Sammy Pamal among the wickets again, 2 for 20. Matthew Nando, the wall for Team Headley. He got showered today with a short delivery, brushed his glove, caught by the wicketkeeper Devon Thomas for 36 of 129 deliveries, and nobody else really stood up. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon. I guess you've painted the story of the day indeed. Not good looking if you are Team Headley, but if you are Team Weeks, you're looking at what would be a victory here. Nothing though given, nothing guaranteed, and they will have to work for it. 96 runs for them to get here as we head into the post-lunch session.
Already, Tej Chandapal, and looks like Zachary McCaskey. They're out in the middle. Joshua De Silva has decided to take a break from the gloves, and so Theo Walcott will keep wicket in this encounter. What do you expect, Joel?
What do I expect? Well, given that I can see Akeem Jordan taking off, they had to expect Akeem Jordan to bowl the first over. But honestly, in terms of how things probably will shape up, you would have to tell yourself that all of the odds and everything favors Team Weeks at the moment. However, there's something still in terms of the moral victory out of it for Team Headley, and I do believe that if they can make them work to get this total pickup, probably at bare minimum half of Team Weeks, then there will be a moral victory for them. And the reason why I say half is because of how we've seen the surface play. And it's certainly not the easiest surface to bat on here as we head into the latter stages of this particular encounter. And as such, if they can put the ball in the right areas, ask a couple questions fairly early on before they're able to get off to a rocker. You look at the likes of maybe a Tay Shanapol and a Zachary McCaskey, not necessarily batters who really go out with a rush or a flurry. Zachary McCaskey probably the one that will go at maybe a quicker clip. But if they can keep them quiet, put the ball in the right areas, and maybe pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then there's a moral victory here for them.
So, Joshua De Silva starting with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, himself at cover, mid-on, mid-off. Young Machu Nando with the pads on in the square leg area. They will require 96 to win Team Weeks. First delivery, back and across is Tej Chandapal, and he plays it out to cover. Getting a run out here is Joshua De Silva. He just got himself organized and fired a return in to Walcott. And we are on our way here with Akeem Jordan's first delivery.
The 7 as Akeem Jordan can take from this particular innings is how he's going to approach bowling at the left-handers, because he didn't necessarily have the best of it so far.
Steered down to third man for 4.
Delivery which pitched and started moved away or left. Chase Ryan Shandapal after hitting the surface. A bit of movement, and we certainly expect that. Pushed his hands at it, but still kept it down almost. Not in full control, but enough control for him to get 4 runs. Open his account and the account of Team Weeks.
Hodge at first, Powell at second, Graves at gully. Hodge, Holder, Shem Holder, backward point. Conversation starts. They need 92 more. 92 runs. Once again, I want to thank Ronnie and the entire team here in Antigua and Barbuda and the 360 team. It's really been a pleasure working with those guys, and to all my colleagues, Joel, Nicole, Mali, Seth, Terry. Just that we won't see Terry tomorrow because there'll be no game. Chandapal's banking that. Falling down was Joshua De Silva. Slipped in the process, and they got 2 runs quite easily. Six without loss. The match so far in terms of boundaries, we've been able to see a total overall of some 67 boundaries and 3 sixes being displayed in this game, and this is only day 3. Don't think it'll be going past day 3, but stranger things have happened. You just never know. It's a game called cricket, and cricket is life.
Yo.
Another delivery from Akeem Jordan, just punched into the cover area. The score remains on 6 without loss. McCaskey is on the non-striker's end, is not faced yet. Hopefully over the next couple of days, maybe by today, we should hear the announcement of the West Indies A-team squad. They'll be traveling out to Bangladesh. Some players have been notified by the chairman, Dr. Right Honorable Desmond Haynes, down the onside. Expect to see some notable names in it. People like Joshua De Silva, Never know. You can just guessing around. I know 3 young men from the academy would certainly have picked themselves. I'm not a selector, but I might be a fly on the wall. 1 over bowl, 6 without loss.
Well, he released quite early that to Matthew Nandu. We've had the pads on, and that was somewhat of an indication in terms of who they might opt to go for. To pair Akeem Jordan from the other end, and it's going to be the spin of Shem Holding. You can certainly understand why they might opt for that, looking for early wickets, looking to make some inroads, looking to build some pressure if they can on this team weak side. And given how the ball has turned for Shem Holder in the first innings, seeing what we have seen from Kevin Sinclair as well, certainly a fantastic choice, would have to say, to pair Akeem Jordan. The only question, though, is with regards to how long can Shem Holder bowl, and I say that because it appears as if he's just carrying a bit of an injury in the lower back.
It's been a long season for him.
There's that.
There's a appeal for bat pad. It came straight off of the pad. No bat. Straight to Joshua De Silva at leg slip. Six without loss. Flighted delivery on drive down the ground to Kyron Powell, who doesn't have on a Moti jersey today. He has on Powell jersey, number 23.
Wrong.
So maybe the laundry got mixed up.
Sorry. Right arm over. Yeah. 2 legs.
Tej Chandapoil Joel, you'll maybe take this practice as a little outing so he can spend some time.
2 legs.
I expect to see him also on that tour to Bangladesh, especially some of the guys who will be, you need some youth and some balance. But in terms of preparation for India, that would be a good tour for him. Full toss, licked away for 4. Just as Joel said, Shem Holder just doesn't look comfortable himself, even when he was batting. And he just overtossed that delivery there.
Yeah, a bit of a gift for Tej Chandapoil, a full toss. Just needed to pick the gap on that leg side. He did that quite easily. A lot of space in the leg side. Shem Holder would know that's definitely not the best delivery that he is bowled. Looking to apply pressure, ensuring that they don't get off to a good start, and a good start in terms of a flyer. He's going to have to just ensure he just uses the surface here, Holder.
Shot the ball back, top hand more or less, just punching it out to Moti. Off the field, looks like it is Akeem Jordan. Much better delivery, squaring him up, but he kept his eyes on the ball.
Even the new ball is gripping here out to the surface. That really tells you what things could have looked like had they been able to get past 150 in terms of the lead. The type of pressure that they would have been able to apply on this weak side. They picked up some early wickets. 2 bowled, it's 11 without loss.
Yeah. McCaskey is 1, and Tej Chandapoil is on 10. Quite period of play, more or less. We need 85 more runs at the end of this. And so the first hour will be very important. We also have the Cricket West Indies Women's Championship kicking off in St. Kitts and Nevis. Matches will be played in St. Paul's, Connery, Warner Park, and all of the T20 Cricket West Indies Women's T20 games will be played at Warner Park. So give the players an opportunity also to play in the day and also to play in the night. Series starting for the women, but no women's coach yet. No men's coach, no women, no men, no women. Maybe Joel has got some inside source. I'm going to pick his brain. No interviews have been taking place, no announcements yet. McCaskey comes quietly forward, a nice straight bat down to Sonny Lambris. We also have a Cricket West Indies under 19 emerging stars bowling camp starting also in Antigua and Barbuda over the next couple of days. And then there's supposed to be a batting camp coming up. I think they're bringing in some players, and they'll have some games also here at Coolidge. So a lot of cricket taking place. Bumper season. CPL is also on the horizon. McCaskey standing up straight and punching. So Joel, Rovman Powell is coming to Barbados.
Yes, I would have seen that announcement being made. A trade for Hayden Walsh Jr. heading across to the Tallowers. It's certainly been a talking point across the Caribbean for the last couple days.
Yeah, the Jamaicans, they're very much upset that they're losing Rovman Powell. You know, they're passionate about their cricket, but in the business of sports, these things happen. It's almost a similar mood, Joel, when Chris Gale moved from the Tallowers to the Patriots. That didn't sit too well with the fans in Jamaica, but he delivered for the Patriots.
It's just the nature of the game in terms of it being franchise cricket, and you can certainly understand territories and wanting to hold on to certain players, but as you rightly mentioned, it's just business.
Yeah. And it's the franchise business. We still have not got a grasp, Joel. And it's something I listened to you talk about the other day in terms of understanding the franchise system. The Los Angeles Lakers, right? Not everybody is from the Los Angeles Lakers area. He running from Trinidad plays for them, right? But he's not from the States. He's not from the Los Angeles area. We seem not to be able to get a grips of that yet in the Caribbean. More runs. Stay down to third man. Nando is after it. He looks like a schoolboy running with his pads. You know, the primary school meet. And he's trying to get there, Joel. I had to give you something to laugh about after lunch, Joel.
I will not be part of laughing at Matthew Nandu.
No, we're not laughing. We're just having a conversation. Description, you know, folks can see the picture. He's a lovely player. One for the future. I've already written his name down, and my cricket son, Kevin Wickham. Yeah. Over-completed. 3 overs bowled, 13 without loss.
And Nando certainly one for the future in the discussion yesterday with regards to how he goes about scoring his runs. And I mentioned the fact that sounds like a bit of wind coming through our stuff like there. But I mentioned the fact that I enjoy watching him spend time at the crease, and I wouldn't want him at this moment to attempt to change that and structure his game to some of the more senior guys who are starting to be a lot more positive in their innings, especially closer to the start. I was making the point that the more time Nando spends at the crease, the more he will understand his game. And at this age, that's what you want.
Another poor delivery here from Shem Holder, and punched away into the mid-wicket area for a boundary.
Yeah, this time getting the length round. Again, it was a full toss on one occasion, this time too short. And once again, a lot of space in that leg size field. Tejran Shanabal doesn't have to exactly force the shot, just needs to time it. And he's done that twice now, picked up 2 boundaries because of it. And it now prompts a change in the field, reinforcing that mid-wicket area where he's gone through twice now. I guess also because of the fact he's changed his angle a bit as well here.
He's looking to come around now, the wicket. What I like about Matthew Nandu, Joel, is that he's studying psychology. You don't normally have a 19-year-old who's playing cricket that is studying psychology, and I think that's what's missing from the game in the Caribbean.
No.
Being a student, Powell diving, We'll have to chase. Won't get to the boundary. They'll get 3 quite easily. And studying psychology helps with your preparation of any sport, even life, even as a businessman, you name it. Finding time to be by yourself in your own zone. I know when you spoke to him when he scored his maiden first class 100 against Barbados, you were asking him, about being away from home and missing mommy and, live in Canada. It's a whole brand new experience. McCaskey back and across. I'd still like to see McCaskey just get deep and cover the line of his off stump just in case Shem Holder gets one to go straight on. So he can defend the castle. Matthew in among the wars. (20 without loss. Went over number 4. This time he goes back and clips this. And they'll get more runs here. If they want, they can get 3. But I think they're comfortable to get 2. And they're just going about their job very quietly, very easy. 22 without loss at the end of 4. More comments from my colleague, Joel Manning.
Yeah, this is certainly how they need to go about it. When they get the bad deliveries, put them away. Other than that, just rotate the striking. Not necessarily walk themselves to victory, but it should be relatively comfortable with smart batting, good shot selection. You mentioned the fact that, some of the advice was put away the pull until you get to 50. I could say put away the pull to the end of the innings because we've seen how it's brought about the downfall. Not just the pull, but the cuts as well. Certain cross or batted shots. Just work yourself into this. Look to come not out at the end of it. Put a smile on your face. Put a smile on those inside of the dressing room. And like I said, it not necessarily should be the easiest walk, but it is a very comfortable situation for them to be in. No pressure whatsoever.
Jordan getting support. 2 slips go down. Gully backward point cover. And he bowls a lovely delivery. But Chanderpaul plays inside the line, as he always does. No need for him to follow that. This track more or less just lacking the pace to maybe give Chanderpaul some problems. And Jordan just going through the motions. I don't want to say going through the motions, but the surface itself is not giving him the support. He can really come hard, but he's a servant and he's going to run in still. Arms pumping. That is so wide that Chanderpaul plays right inside the line of it, almost down the 5th stump. Don't want to say the corridor of uncertainty. The corridor of uncertainty will be more or less down the top of your 4th stump line. The big debate continuing around world cricket is how long will Test cricket survive? With all of these T20 leagues popping up all around the world. Punched up to cover. And when you look at the trend, then you see almost at least 7 of the IPL teams having franchises in the Caribbean Premier League, UAE, South Africa. They're already beginning to make a move to go into England. You have to begin to position yourself and say, well, hey, will Test cricket become an event like Wimbledon? Down the onside, where we bring the 8 Test nations. I know Test set wouldn't like that, but we bring all of the Test nations together, put them in one area, and within a month, and we say we'll play Test cricket during the month of July. And so all of the purists like Joel and Ronnie and Seth, they'll go to Test cricket. Sort of turning him right around. Chanderpaul is going right around almost like 360. But the back face was still straight. Flags fluttering. Cricket West Indies, the nation of Antigua and Barbuda's flag. And we have some fans from Trinidad and Tobago and some other folks who are here also viewing the cricket. We thank you very much. Chandra Paul being forced onto the back foot, looking to force that. Can't score. Maiden over by Hakeem Jordan at the end of 5, 22 without loss.
Another good follow-up over for Hakeem Jordan, and I guess doing what they would want him to do at the top of the order. I mentioned the fact that he struggled a bit bowling to left-handers, and he himself actually admitted that to me as well, in terms of he just didn't find that he was finding the right lines or lengths to them, and it's certainly another wonderful opportunity for him to work on that, especially given that we do expect that his name should be one of those in the A-team setup. We'll have the opportunity to bowl out a couple left-handers also in that Bangladesh A-team side. So certainly a wonderful time for him here, or rather wonderful chance for him.
McCaskey's got some time to play that. No real revs on that ball from Shem Holder. And he just took his time, played it from right under his eyes. I was looking to punch it down the ground. Gets a wide delivery and spanks it down backward, point for 4. Poor delivery once again by Shem Holder. An off spinner, you can't bowl that line.
Yeah, I think some credit must also be given to Zachary McCaskey in terms of the space that he created for himself. Brilliant movement back into the crease, and is actually a lot closer probably to the off stump. But it was a wonderful shot from Zachary McCaskey in terms of the execution, the balance of weight at the crease. Got back quite nicely, created the room for himself to work it in to the offside backward of the man that was at cover. And a wonderful boundary for him.
Holder to McCaskey. I was here from my colleague Noel Gishard, who will be on the line looking. So you got to bowl the ball into the surface as much as possible. Take away that shot. You can't make them play, as Gish would say. Clipped away. Beautiful piece of fielding by Anderson Phillip on the 45. This is just a natural athlete. We're just recovering from an injury there, Phillip. So the ICC T20 World Cup coming to the Caribbean and the United States of America in 2024. Exciting times ahead. On drive, down the ground to Powell. It's a easy single. McCaskey goes into double figures. He goes up to 10. It brings Stage Chandapal on 17 into the conversation. 5 runs out of the over so far. Justin Graves just trying to keep himself warm. He might be called upon sooner rather than later.
Hey, head on. Over.
Over completed. 6 overs, 27 without loss.
Just chipping away. Just chipping away at this total. Getting themselves closer to that line. It's interesting that overall we've actually kind of forgotten that there's a trophy on hand as well at the end of this series, and I can say with absolute certainty that based on the scores in this match, that trophy will be going to the West Indies Academy. They started this round on 32 points. Obviously they would have played their 2 matches already, but coming out of this team weeks would have needed a minimum of 22 points in order to get past them, or at least to draw level with them, which meant that they needed the outright win, which is possible here, but they also needed the full batting points and bowling points as well, and that certainly hasn't happened for them.
27 without loss. Beautiful drive to cover. Somebody's after it. Will they stop it? No. A boundary to McCaskey. That's a beautiful shot. He was balanced, head and shoulders, and he leaned into it. He's not a tall guy, But he kept his balance nice, and that's a lovely cricket shot. 31 without loss. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, perfect execution from didn't look to overhit it. Allowed that ball to come to him. Played it under his eyes. Zachary McCaskey. He certainly looked good across the innings that he's played here at Coolidge in this Headley Week Strike Series.
Henderson Springer, the money. 31 without loss. They require 65. For all the folks all over the world who have engaged us on our YouTube channel, we thank you very much. And we also thank you for your feedback and your comments, because it helps to inspire the broadcast. And don't mind that I'm not answering you. Another time, we're trying to make sure we focus on the game. But we love the engagement. 31 without loss. Oh, he's playing a nothing ball at a naughty shot. That one sort of held its own, and there was no real feet movement from McCaskey. It was neither forward nor back. His hands were just moving. You want to get that stride out, especially to Jordan. If it's short, back of a length, and you want to get across and defending your castle. If it's into that little 2-4 meter area, you want to get onto that front foot with your bat in front of your pad. That's much better. Tighter in defense there. Just turned his back on Hakeem Jordan, doesn't want to see him.
Probably the best of friends. They are both play for the same club back home. Spend a lot of time together as well. And you hear the banter out there because Jordan is hoping that Zachary McCaskey looks to go for another drive for what would have been the in-swinger. And you just heard Zachary McCaskey's retort in the sense of, if he does that, to see his middle stump falling away from him.
Doesn't have any brand on his bat. Gets a wide delivery. Almost Kepler to the keeper. But no damage in the end for an extra. I think this tour will be a good experience. Like I said, for Joshua De Silva, Alex Atenez, who scored over 600 runs. It's because of the limited access of the amount of cricket available at the test level. These tours would certainly help.
Get on. Oh.
End of over number 7. 4 runs out of the over. 31 without loss.
It's always nice to hear the back and forth in terms of how a bowler might be attempting to get a batter out, whether or not it has to do with the talk or a type of delivery. But as I mentioned before, Zachary McCaskey, understanding, as I mentioned before, also the fact that they play a lot of cricket together, McCaskey would know exactly how Jordan would be looking to take his wicket. And it's funny enough is how Jordan has taken a lot of his wickets to the right-handers across the first class championship, and also here in this Headley Week series with that ball just coming back in, beating bat and pad, and Zachary McCaskey just very compact in defense. As I mentioned, allowing that ball to come to him, capitalize on the one that was outside of the off stump where there was little to no real danger in it, especially given the length of it. But a nice little battle going on here, and it won't be much of a battle given that only 65 runs remain to get. Marquino Mindley, he's going to be introduced now from the media center end.
Coming around the wicket, the ball to Tej Chanderpaul. Another discussion, Joel. When we listen to the pundits, or when we followed, youthful days of West Indies cricket, when we had fast, bouncy pitches at Kensington Oval, Sabina Park, you name it, we've got now more or less flat beds in the Caribbean. Maybe our mindset of thinking about trying to get out and out fast bowlers, we maybe have to get some folks who'll be swinging the ball. People like Minley and Louis and Hakeem Jordan, maybe horses for courses, especially in the Caribbean. Because the word of us, we're not producing the pitches that used to be bouncing around and the fans would go and be excited about seeing these days. .31 without loss. In this inning so far, Tate Chandapal has looked more assertive. He maybe needs to get to the beach pretty early. I'm sure they will be flying out tomorrow. Antigua and Barbuda blessed with 365 beaches. How many have you gone to so far, Joel?
I probably maybe have ticked off, I would say maybe 8 or 9 beaches now.
Wow, not bad for a first-timer. You have a lot more work to do and you'll be coming to Antigua more often. Bang on target. I need to see that again, Wani. Is Makina mainly delivering from the wide of the return crease? Let me see that again, please.
Your man no lefty room, you know.
Is he mashing?
Your man no lefty room, you know.
Ooh, pretty close there.
Oh, how much players going in there, man?
I'm not that bad then, Wani.
Go across with a
I
parade,
did
too.
see something. Bang on target. Almost pulling round arm, Joel.
Ever so slightly, actually a lot wider than we've probably seen him bowl in recent times. Just looking to use the grease. And you like to see that from bowlers in terms of thinking and trying to just change things up a bit.
Well, somebody says, see them at tea. I wonder which tea and on which day. Squeezed, but can't beat the backward point. Made Nova from Minley. 8 overs bowled. And the score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of cricket West Indies. Team weeks, they're 31 without loss at the end of 8.
Eight. Team weeks just requiring a further 65 runs. Run rate is good. Positivity being shown. And because they're in hunt of wickets, Team Headley, they've gone to Anderson Phillip, who bowled a encouraging spell from that end in the first innings. Got a couple of wickets quickly, 2 important ones for that matter. Casey Carty, Alec Athanaze. Speaking of important, Scott Miley Richards alongside me. A very important man.
Oh, stop it.
In Antigua.
I'm next to one of the most important men, you know, in West Indies cricket at this stage. Young de facto.
Of course, because you're next to Joshua De Silva and Tejan Chanapal. Philip. May have just popped up on him. Interesting though, Mali, because it's so funny this game of cricket. In the last couple of overs before they were dismissed, Team Headley's balls were rolling, keeping extremely low. It looked terrible to bat out there. Now, haven't seen too many keep too low, and it tells you just about the game of cricket and how interesting it can be at times. Funny.
Especially with this still being a new ball. Hard, not quite soft enough to really, you know, start seeing that inconsistent bounce consistently. But the odd one will just go. So batters still have to be quite cognizant of that.
Yeah, Jordan got some to swing, but certainly less than usual in terms of him and what he's been able to do to the right hand, especially by bowling around the wicket at times, or even over the wicket in this case, and getting the ball to angling and then just shape away off the pitch. Didn't really see too much problems for Zachary McCassie, who faced the majority of balls against him.
Yeah, and I think just probably the least favourable of bowling conditions here that he would have encountered in the last few months or so, going back to the regional 4-day.
And to be fair to him, because I felt it was unlucky to be given out in the first innings, Mali, in terms of McCaskey.
Yeah.
He's had a decent tri-series, the 90-odd, and he's looked positive in almost every innings.
31, I think, as well in that second inning. So he would have looked good. I mean, it would have added that extra, that gloss, if he could have gotten, 7 more runs to pick up that maiden first-class 100. but he does look like he has the makings of being a pretty good player. To be fair, pretty good technique. Maybe we just have to work on that front foot play, just being a bit more decisive on those fuller balls, transferring that weight.
Yeah, that's been pounced upon. And way too much width. Tejan Chanapol similarly has been very positive to start this innings. Into the 20s for him. And Weeks very close to this target now.
Yeah, and just sat up, didn't it? Almost seemed like Tejan Chanapol just had to wait that extra split second, and he did. Found that gap. And as you said, width presented by Philip. So just not quite the right length here. Line as well. You just not enough fast bowlers, I think, bowling that straight line, bowling in between wicket and wicket. That's something Kevin Sinclair would have done quite well, and hence why he reaped the rewards, picking up 5.
Yeah, Sinclair was brilliant, and I think to see the impact that Nikita Miller has made on him, working, of course, with the spinners in this tri-series. So Curtly Amber's working with the seamers, but I mean, the fact that I heard him speak a lot about the use of the crease coming into this game. He already used it today and got serious results in terms of changing angles of attack constantly. Clearly, he's a quick learner. That's key. Punching again. Can't beat the fielder. 5 from the over. 36 for none.
Yeah, he's clearly a quick learner, but you can also tell that he's also quite self-sufficient in terms of what he's trying to bring to his own game to develop. You can tell that by just the way his body looks. You know, his upper body getting a lot stronger. I'm sure he's been working on that core on his legs as well, having to spend, you know, extended periods of time out in the field, bowling long spells as well. Definitely will have to work on that fitness even more as he becomes more and more of a genuine all-rounder. It's hard work, Nikhil. Definitely hard work. Especially if you want to contribute as well, like or be a consistent contributor to your team's performances. Batting 6, 7, you know, maybe just a bit middle to lower order. Putting in performances and also having to come out and bowl long spells with the ball. So the fitness side of the game often overlooked, but we're seeing the benefits here. Kevin Sinclair being one.
As we draw near to the conclusion of this game, Ali, because Team Weeks only needs 60 more. They wouldn't have much importance, but I'm curious to know from your perspective, if you had to pick a one player of the match, not necessarily the player of the match, but the person you think most important into Team Weeks' success if they do hold on and get these runs. There are a lot of contenders. Where would you go, you think, after this delivery? Have a think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is because I just think there were some performances within the game, someone like a Devon Thomas, who only got 57, but I look at the time he took out of the game and kept Team Headley out there in the middle. I think that might be significant because of the fact that he was able to get them to that 50-run lead. You could say Sinclair as well with the fifer.
Yeah, I think it's just Kevin Sinclair for me at this stage, to be honest.
And the reason that spell, I think, gets immense credit as well is because had they still been batting out here, maybe a lead of 200 by now, when the ball gets older, it will, as we saw today, it will start to keep very low. It will become extremely difficult, especially tomorrow. So that spell from Sinclair getting those 5 has really put them in the driving seat.
I think so as well. It's really turned that. It's turned the game, to be honest, especially those quick wickets here this morning. Ambrose and Walcott falling in quick succession. Really threw this game wide open, to be honest, and really swung the momentum in the favor of the off spinner in terms of that man of the match performance at this stage. He also looked quite good when he was at the crease as well. So I think Kevin Sinclair just at this stage maybe just a nose ahead.
Yeah, I think my pick probably would be Sinclair as well, but I would be inclined to go for a bit of a left field option. And I think someone like a Dominic Drakes, he only picked up 1 wicket in that last innings, but in terms of the body of work in the 2 innings, for me, I think he was massively important, especially in that first innings, especially when he got the 3 wickets, bowled the 12 overs. In total, bowled 21 overs in the match, 4 wickets for just 31 runs in 21 overs.
Yeah, he looked really good. Thought he came back really nicely in this match.
End of another maiden from Mindley. He starts with 2 maidens. End of the first 10 overs in this team week's innings. 36 on the board, going well.
Yeah, he was very inconsistent against the West Indies Academy with Dominic Drakes. But in this match from ball 1, actually, he found his rhythm. Regardless of whatever end he was asked to bowl from. He was right on top of his game, and he was quite threatening, penetrative. Bowled some quick deliveries, got the ball to move around, not just through the air, but off the pitch as well. So, yeah, he's in with a fair shout in terms of his performance. He'll be happy with this performance. Looked a lot more in control of what he was doing, a lot more in control of his seam-up deliveries. Just landed the ball in more consistent areas.
Shot, but can't beat mid-off. It's been funny, Mali, since Tejan Chanapal has been to the test level. I remember first thing people said when Chanapal had been selected initially was that you have someone very similar to Craig Brathwaite, where I think in contrast, when he has gone to that level and of course got the double against Zimbabwe, in that first series against Australia, he has been actually opposite to what people think. I think he's actually played his shots and been expressive. But as a batter, Mali, what do you think that could be down to? Because someone that just looked like Anandu, who's young, but someone like a Chanapal who for years just looked to occupy the crease, now that he's made the step up, has actually looked to score an innings similar to this, 21 from 31.
Well, I think he's just finding that comfortability. Especially having experienced international cricket, coming up against quite a formidable attack in Australia as well, and coming through that test. That would do him the world of good in terms of his confidence. Now, he'll probably feel like he can just express himself a bit more against so-called lesser attacks.
Yeah, that's expression. That is expression at its finest from Tejan Chanapal. Will be another boundary for him, his 5th of the day.
Yeah, and to think he strikes at 42s roughly in Test cricket. Don't have an accurate measure for that in first class cricket, but as I said, he's just finding that comfortability, probably maturing, understanding his game and his technique a bit more, but can't overlook just what coming through such a test in Australia could have done and would have done for his confidence. It would almost cement what he would have believed, that he could be successful with such a technique against a formidable attack. So just about shot selection with him and confidence more than anything now.
And that strike rate, people watching at home may say, well, look, how are you saying he's expressing himself because he's only striking at 42? But the reason I'm saying that is because when I watch him against Stark and Hazelwood, Cummins, etc., he actually looked to take him on. I remember in that series, a couple of the times he was dismissed, he was actually trying to play expansive shots. So I think he surprised a bit of people, a few, going into that. I wouldn't have expected him to play the ramps and play the hooks, took on the pace in Australia with a couple of hook shots.
I think he's just got a few more shots than people actually understand. He's maybe a bit more orthodox as well than you'd think. the end of the day, you know, he sets up a certain way, pretty similar to his father. But when the ball's delivered, he's more or less in an orthodox position. Does get a bit square, but just looks to play the ball late, as late as possible.
Has had a superb start in his career so far. 6 tests, averaging 45, and even in the innings where he hasn't got runs, like a 50, etc., end of the over 40 on the board, he's still gotten 20, 30.
And spent time, eh?
Yeah, so definitely think he's trending in the right direction. You see him having a illustrious career?
Well, I see him probably having what could be a long career. He's got a chance, you know, and there's still a bit of competition there, just breathing up his neck per se. So I think he'll have to still yet cement that spot. But in terms of openers in the last 5 to 10 years, he's got as good a chance as any, to be honest, with the start that he's made and the way he goes about it. He more or less gives himself an opportunity more often than not. And also just to have that luxury of the Windies probably not being 1 or 2 down early will go quite a long way. You know, alongside of Craig Brathwaite, those two could really wear attacks down. And as you said, you know, if that fluency increases from Shandapal, it'll make for a pretty formidable opening partnership as well.
Yeah, they have looked good, both Chanapal and Brathwaite, in tandem, especially in South Africa. I think when you look at the body of work so far, the 3 series, Australia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, the opening partnerships has been a stronger suit for the West Indies, and that's been an area where they've struggled in the past. So could almost say that's one massive deficiency that's been improved. When you look at that test team shot, well played by McCasey, should get a couple. When you look at that test team, Ali, and the construct of the side, we've seen Bonner in and out. We've seen a couple of players. Alec Athene has been called up to the squad. Where do you see the future for the top order especially?
Well, the top order, I think it's competition for places, and I think performances will dictate, be it in first-class cricket and test cricket, where we go. We've got new names here vying for spots. A Zachary McCaskey. You think of Kirk McKenzie as well, opening batter.
Yeah, this is runs, and 4 of them. Zachary McCaskey's he's in a hurry now to get this over with.
Yeah, that's where he likes it. He loves it short. We saw that in his innings of 93, just how severe he was on anything. Just slightly short. Ball still hard on you, so he can trust this bounce to an extent. And there, once again, gets into a very good position. Just a little trigger back and across. Presses onto that front foot, but goes back and watches it all the way, time to perfection.
I don't think he has the pace mainly to be that short. Surprised, getting back to the cricket normally, surprised that they don't have a bit, maybe 1 or 2 more slips in place, because you only have now 49 runs to 50 correction runs to work with. Even though Minley's the type of bowler that likes to be very straight, I just wonder, McCaskey's been vulnerable outside that off stump a few times in the first class season. Could they possibly get in 1 or 2 more?
Well, with the nature of this pitch and the way that McCaskey would have been dismissed in that first innings with Minley just bowling a bit straighter, and with that field, 4 men on the onside, just possibly looking to exploit that inconsistent bounce. He's got protection in case he just drifts a little too far down that leg side. McCaskey probably just falling over slightly in that first innings. Could count himself a little unlucky. Maybe that ball just angling down. But he's probably best placed at this stage, just still looking to hit the ball down the ground.
Gone. Down the leg side. And McCaskey, don't think he's aware, but not sure if anybody's aware of what happened. McCaskey's still out there.
Not sure it carried to wicketkeeper Devon Thomas. He may have got something on that one, but I think it was umpire Brathwaite that would have said, I think it bounced.
Yeah, I thought initially from the reaction of Team Headley, they felt they had their man. Did he touch it? That's the thing. It seemed to me have come off the pad.
Yeah, early.
McCassie started to walk, so I think it gave the wrong impression. Maybe he was just walking to the middle because it's the end of the over. 46 for none.
Actually, wicketkeeper Walcott, sorry. Yeah, and we were talking about the top order. Actually, just to go back to that, we saw some performances from Kirk McKenzie. I think Kevlin Anderson batting at number 4 as well. Maybe Kevin Wickham coming in at number 6, but we know he's probably got the ability to move up the order as his career progresses. So I'm actually quite happy with what I saw, especially from the young guys.
I'm intrigued to see what Chairman of Selectors Desmond Haynes and Roland Butcher, etc., do with those younger players that have done well in this series, because I think time and time again you see a few players being almost fast-tracked and then not quite ready. But Wickham Justin, for example, in his first-class matches this season, playing for the Barbados Pride, Mackenzie as well, but there are other players who have done well who have probably now playing. This will be their first taste and experience of first-class cricket. So is there a way to work them in to the first-class setup through these games if they can't make their respective sides regionally? Surely there's benefit, though, Mali, because we've seen how well the Academy did in this series.
Yeah, and we saw the Barbados BCA. They had a tour for the Barbados A team as well, and these development tours, such as the A tour to Bangladesh. That's the main objective of these tours, is to develop your next generation of talent. And I think why not throw them in, even though it may seem as it's the deep end. We don't have much to lose at this stage here in the West Indies, especially with young guys. Young guys with 10, 12 years ahead of them still in their careers. I think the sooner we throw them in and give them a taste, the better they'll be for it.
Surprised that they pulled Shamholder out of the attack, going with seam from both ends. No Kevin Hodges yet, who picked up 3 wickets. Thought maybe he could have been an option. Something needs to happen for Team Headley, because 47 for none could be over in a hurry.
Yeah, just slightly going through the motions now, almost. It feels like quite anticlimactic from a Team Headley's perspective. One thing, Anderson Phillip, he's going to run in. He's going to keep trying hard.
Playing very straight is McCaskey.
Yeah, Phillip a real trier. But so far, just no assistance from this pitch.
I think McCaskey will be happy, especially if he can go on and remain unbeaten in this innings, win the game for Team Weeks. Get back to that after this delivery.
We'll be hoping.
The reason I say that, Mali, is because this season, and it was a step up for him, of course, being exposed to the first class level, every game being a big part of the Barbados Pride's plans. But in the 12 innings, 12 first class innings, including the 2 against the Academy, 10 scores out of 12 of 20 plus. But still only 2 50s throughout the season. 3 if you include that 93. So he has gotten starts, has found a way early, but then it's just sort of giving it away before he can actually kick on. So that 93, even though he didn't get to 100, I thought was a big knock for him in terms of his development.
Yeah, and when you tend to see trends such as that, it's more an issue of concentration as opposed to anything technical. Just maybe just losing his way or losing his concentration, more lapses coming in around that stage of his innings.
End of 13, 47 for none.
Mark Ramprakash used to be quite similar. I remember as a young kid we used to call Mark Ramprakash Rampra 20. He'd get to 20 yard, the sweetest 20 yard that you would see, and then get out.
Yes, please.
Really had to go away and really work on his game, but the mental side of his game. Turned into the best batsman in England for a long time in county cricket was Mark Ramprakash.
Bowler's left arm over.
Will be a change in bowling. So just a short spell for Marquinhos Mendy. And here comes Kevin Hodge, who is excellent with his, I say part-time spin, but he has 50 first-class wickets, now 53. So he definitely can bowl and has done for a long time at the regional level for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, he has. He's probably just developed more as a batting all-rounder now as well. Probably similar to Justin Graves going the other way.
Wonder if Chanapur will look to take him on, ball spinning back into him. There's a left-hander. I think McCaskey will be the one he'll be targeting though. We'll have that short leg in place and slip.
Left arm rounds up.
Just 47 more needed now. Round the wicket right away.
I think to McCaskey this will be runs, but should just be a couple. He may be a lot flatter in the air because if he's trying to bring that short leg in play, won't really look for the ball to spin away. He'll probably want to be attacking the body, attacking the stumps, and looking for that false flick into the onside.
Yeah, and he's got that low arm, that low trajectory as well. So important that the batter, McCaskey, still looks to play straight here.
That may be the shot. 50 partnership up as well between these two.
It's coming good time as well. Just 13.2 overs.
That's big. He takes him on, the Zachary McCaskey, mid-off up. Low risk, high reward.
Yeah, 2 full in length there from Kevin Hodge. Just rolled out, no massive revs put on that delivery. And with presented, McCaskey obliges, swinging quite freely through that offside, as he said, over that mid-off fielder. Charging up to that winning score now.
Yeah, that's been the big thing about him for me, the positivity. I mean, he's not been afraid to play shots, even in tough circumstances. And in those two knocks he got early in the series, the 31 and the 93, 62% of the runs came in boundaries. So looks for the boundary quite often. End of 14 overs. Team weeks 54 for none, and we will have the drinks break. And it's all weeks at the moment. McCaskey on 27, Chanapal on 27, just requiring some 42 to win. Could be over very soon, Mali.
Yeah, will be over very soon, Nick. You'll definitely have a day off to go on a date or two.
Look at what's happened so far. Team Headley winning the toss, opting to bat first, 177 on the board. Thought Mali definitely underperformed in terms of the, apologize for that, definitely underperformed in terms of the surface that they were given. Pretty placid, only got to 177.
Yeah, I mean, we harped on about that so much on day one. It was very good batting conditions here, as good as we'd seen at the CCG for a long time. Not as much grass on this pitch. Yeah, as we said, batters just not really recognizing the situation, contributing to their own downfall. Shot selection being a major issue in this match. And we're at where we're at now. Just 41 left, 14 weeks to win here and to send Team Headley to the cellar position in this tri-series.
Well, Matty Richards, Team Weeks will be happy because they fought back in a big way first with Devon Thomas in that first innings to get them to 235 and a lead of 58. And then Kevin Sinclair this morning. 3 wickets early, 5 total. They have been excellent in terms of the discipline. End of the drinks break. We will have a resumption, and it'll be Seth Burton to take you through.
Oh God, both the 2-3 over here.
Bro, you must say, man, bro, you must say just like the Olympics. You know how we like the Olympic torch? It never out. Bro, you sweet here.
And we could well be on the path to the end of this game, where Team Weeks look to be cruising to victory. 42 runs required for victory. They are 54 without loss. That's a good delivery. That one went through Chanjapal, and it fell before it reached Walcott. Bounced in front of him and then went between him and the slip fielder for 4. 4 runs signaled by the umpire. Joel.
Squared him up on that particular occasion there, did Anderson Phillip. What was also notable is once again the fact that that ball kept low to Tazen Ryan Shandapal. It took that outside edge and certainly died a long way before it got to Tevin Walker, who couldn't necessarily get his body behind it. 4 more to Tage, 4 less for them to get.
Well, they're batting positively. A 10-wicket win would really go a long way for them in terms of bragging rights. But it is already clear that they're going to come away with a victory here. No threat of rain. Not even a cloud I'm seeing in the sky from where I am. And nothing will stop them. I know cricket is that game of glorious uncertainty. But when you set 95, 96 for a team with 1.5 days to go in a game, all they can do is get to it. And these two are batting well. Shandapal will be happy because he had a half century in the second innings of their game, but at the same time, he will be looking at the youngsters who have done exceedingly well and realize that they are stepping up. Could be stepping on his heels. McCaskey can only enhance his position after his 93 in the initial game when he batted well with Brandon King. So result and personal bragging rights to play for. Joel, however, it was a bit disappointing the way in which Team Weeks went through the paces in their second innings. Didn't really set up the game that we anticipated towards the end of day 2.
Yeah, Team Headley, as you
Team
mentioned
Headley,
there,
yes.
yeah. Just falling short, you would have to say, in terms of the work that they've done across this series, in fact. You always knew that in terms of this particular encounter and this surface, a result was always going to be it, because there have only been results on this particular pitch here at Coolidge, and hence why from day one we talked about the importance of first innings runs and ensuring that you really made best use of the surface they won the toss, opted to bat, and you could say that in their first innings, they fell way short in terms of their application. And because of that, they won 77 all out. But then coming back in the second innings, sure, the pitch wasn't necessarily the best, and we saw occasions where batters went back, trusted the surface, and were dismissed because of it. But then they were also not helped by a lot of the shot selection as well. So by and large and overall, you would have to say that it's a game that once they look back on, there's certainly a lot of work to be done. 15 overs bowled, it's 60 without loss.
10 fours among the two batters. Chandrapal, in fact, both interestingly have faced 45 deliveries, so it's quite equitable in terms of the ball face. Chandrapal on 33.
Well, ready, boys. Justin, ready?
Sakari McCaskey on 27.
How you feeling?
Trying to see, yes. So enough runs are there, or at least remaining, that either, perhaps it may be harder for both, but at least Chandrapal could be eyeing a half century. 36 runs remaining. 17 more would put Chandrapal on a half century.
No.
Kasky, he would need another 22, and he gets at least, well, a single, is it? That should have been 2 runs.
Yeah, single. It was all because of the late call, and Tejani Chandrapal was ball watching and looking at the fact that Ambrose was getting wrong, but Zaki McCaskey, obviously the ball played in front of him, knew that the single was there.
That's off. He's gonna out now because you're in your own. Oh, what I tell you.
I guess a 10-wicket win would speak volume in spite of the low-scoring nature of the game. To win by 10 wickets, if they do, you know, it would show that you have really dominated the proceedings. That's a good one. That one really came back sharply at him. As though he was saying, get off of me. But there was no silly point.
Gripping
Yes.
sharply out to the
took the
surface
pad.
there for Hodge.
Good to see that. Time he sweeps into Nando. Nando stopping perhaps a couple of runs there.
Drop, buddy.
You just always wondered, especially with that type of turn coming in, whether or not Tage would look for that sweep option.
Hey.
Back to the bowler. Taken by Kaveem Hodge. Tajnarine Chandrapal, I would say, giving it away. Perhaps the ball came onto him a bit slower. He was already in position for the back drive. Kaveem Hodge diving forward, taking the catch. Wicket number 1, it won't be a 10-wicket win for sure. But Chandrapal goes caught and bowl Hodge for 33.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed given the situation, the game, and given the fact that they were comfortable and cruising. He looked very easy at the crease, got back and looked to punch that one. Did Tajnarine Chandrapal. And a lovely catch at the end. A lovely low catch by Kaveem Hodge to send him back for 33.
Yes, the ball took the toe end of the bat. And could not have done better. At least showed positive intent. 33 runs in the context of a need to get 96. Not a bad knock by him. It looks like Reefer. Raymond Reefer.
Funny enough.
Coming out.
Yeah, it is Raymond Reefer on his way out the crease. But funny enough, in terms of this type of a scenario and this type of a game and the innings that we have here presented where it was not much to get for them, I can say with almost absolute certainty that the 33 runs, yeah, would have been a start, and you could say, you know what, he batted for a bit, but I do know that the goal really and truly would have been the not out for him. So it could have been 10 not out for him. It could have been 56 not out for him, as long as that not out came. And I think that's where the real disappointment is for Tajon Shanaball. He'll look back and assess the situation and tell himself that probably he could have just patted it back along the ground, because almost as if he attempted maybe just force it a bit more as well in terms of that particular shot. And it was because maybe he was looking for that single, looking to just push the ball back past Kevin Hodge. But he certainly will be disappointed with the fact that he has to watch somebody else bring it home now.
Justin Graves starts. Coming from the CIU end. McCaskey then would want to say he wants to bat to the end. He may well be saying to Raymond Reefer, give me a chance to get another first-class half-century. But Reefer may want to finish it quicker. So interesting. 61 for 1, 16.1 overs. Just under 4 runs per over. They're going at this stage.
Oh no! Oh my God!
McCaskey probably telling himself that he missed out there in terms of the placement. We see him rehearsing, just opening the face a bit more and using the wrist, and that's what would have taken it past.
Yeah, roast myself with oil.
Yeah, and there we go. That is him confirming it as well. He's been there for a while. He said he's roasting himself, just meaning that he's coming down a bit hard on himself in terms of not picking the gap on that occasion.
Yeah, because there was a gap between Nando and Josh De Silva. This time he gets another, well, that was a slow one. Full delivery. Didn't capitalize either, but was smart enough, at least not to hit it in the air.
Yeah, that one probably a little more challenging in terms of finding the gap, especially given how full it was. But the full toss certainly was one that he could put away.
But it was a bit away from his body. So he would have had to stretch to be in full command and didn't want to take that risk, perhaps. Oh, that one stayed down and went down the leg side.
Yeah, that was also the change up from Justin Graves, and there was Zachary McCaskey confirming as well, saying that it turned, and that was because it was a ball he rolled his fingers over on that particular occasion. Going to the limited over skills here, Justin Graves, the change up, and that one would have been what you would maybe consider to be the off break from Justin Graves, and a bit of a confirmation here, just rolling his fingers over that delivery as you see there. And that is also what contributed to the bounce of the delivery as well. Not much pace behind it. And that was pace on there now from Justin Graves, putting everything behind the ball. So understanding the situation, knowing that Zachary McCaskey might be looking just to push things on as you get towards the end, just changing up for him. So going for the off-pace delivery, that particular occasion, outside the off-stump, a bit more pace on it, hence why he also rushed Zachary McCaskey there.
Was induced into that cut shot, did not get the edge, fortunately. Joel, you'd have a chance to speak about the highlights of the Tri-Series and also about the disappointments as we're on the last part. This one is spanked down to backward point for 4. He really hammered that one, measured it well to the left of Matthew Nando, and that's a good shot. He moves into the 30s.
Yeah, fantastic shot there to close out that over. On this occasion, though, he capitalized because it was an on-pace delivery, but the length and the width, that is what favored Zachary McCaskey. Transitioned the weight quite nicely. Just needed to get it past Matthew Nadu. He did just that and collects a boundary for himself.
65 for 1, 31 runs needed.
Ball is left arm over.
Hodge would have had a decent time. Would have shown at least consistency with the bat. Has done what he has asked with the ball. Reefer gets off the mark quite comfortably. So some of the players would have missed out big time. Missed out both with opportunities to enhance their credentials. And others in a situation where they didn't show the commitment. Particularly those who have had test experience.
Got him! Oh my! Winston.
That's the sound of an aeroplane. May wonder we're right next to the airport here. .77 fours and 3/60 in this match. The players definitely with scores of 177 and 235 in first innings. Didn't really dominate the proceedings, so the bat took second place and then 153 in the second innings from Team Headley. Would have continued the disappointing run of Team Headley in this tournament. We have had good bowling, consistently so, throughout. Some bowlers did better than others. But in terms of batting, I think there is where we have had clear standouts. 3 centuries, including a double from the academy players. The man at the top, Kirk McKenzie and Kevlon Anderson and Kevin Wickham. Good delivery. That was almost on the booth. McCaskey looking to drive down the ground. Good response from Graves. So those would have been the highlights. The academy, the team that won their first game convincingly and had first in its honors in their second. The only other century scored was Josh De Silva, the captain of Team Headley, in the first game against the academy.
Come on.
That apart, it has been a struggle for Team Headley with the bat.
I know, right? Justin slow balls got me good here, you know.
3 scores below 200, 1 above 200 from Team Headley. But the academy, they have eclipsed 300 on the times that it mattered. In one case, going over 400. So they would say we have had a good time. At least one of their bowlers getting a 5-wicket haul. Young Johan Lane. That's definitely heading down the leg side. And we need to know, I'm not quite sure, are you aware as to when is the funeral of his mom, or has it already happened?
I'm actually not certain with regards to the funeral for Johan Lane's mum. That delivery, as you quite rightly mentioned, heading down the leg side. What was interesting to note is the comment that Zachary McCaskey made before that with regards to the fact that he's unable to actually pick up the variations from Justin Graves, and hence why on occasions we're seeing him being rushed with the quicker delivery because he's almost anticipating what might be coming out of his hand.
Driven and caught. Gives it away. Straight to Joshua De Silva, not behind the stumps, but Joshua De Silva stationed that cover. He didn't have to move an inch. He just opened the palms of his hands and took a comfortable catch. The second opener has fallen, the second wicket for Team Weeks. They are 67 for 2.
Yeah, just when I mentioned with regards to the comment that he made in terms of the slow balls, that was another one. That was another variation from Justin Graves. And the over before, we saw Zachary McCaskey going after a couple of them. And there, once again, just that variation.
That's right.
That slower ball coming out of the hands. Zachary McCaskey not able to get under it, to get it over Joshua De Silva, not able to break the wrist on it and get it to the left of him. Offers a very easy catch in the end. So he'll be disappointed with that as well, given the fact that he too would have been looking to come not out in this innings.
He wanted to hammer the ball, but I thought apart from those things that you have cited, his head was a bit in the air. He wanted to go aerial, could have gone
Good left,
along the
boys.
ground. And the last matter I would address, as a batter, it doesn't matter what a bowler is doing. You don't want to give anything away. You don't want him to know that you're not picking up something. You don't want to communicate anything to him that is going to help him. And I think he sort of gave it away. And Justin Graves, one of the smart cricketers in this, one of the cricketers that you look at and you have admiration for, because he knows his craft, not only with the ball. He goes out there to bat, you get a sense that this young man is in command, and I thought showed from his first delivery, his first over, that it was going to be a matter of variety. And he has gotten his first wicket in this innings, and now he has the captain, Alex Atenes, at his mercy. Well, he gets off the mark immediately.
Well, in terms of Athenaeus, he won't like the fact that he's had to come out and bat. He would have enjoyed
Watching the
his openers go about the task, but he will also enjoy his time in the middle because Alec loves to bat. It's just
Yes,
as simple
get
as
that
that. So
impression.
he won't like the fact that his openers are gone, but time in the sun is time in the sun, and he will enjoy the fact he just gets another knock here today to bring it home for his side.
Yes, and him and Reefer, as Vernon keeps saying, this is a first-class game. So they would want not to get out in these situations. As little as it may seem, just enhance your average and not out. Does a little tilt. And I think they're playing with assurance. You look at these scores, but you also look at the number of overs faced. Team Headley, not really batting as long as they could. The over comes to an end. 269, in which the other didn't reach 200 in either innings. Do you know when we would have the announcement on the team for Bangladesh, the A team?
Well, Seth, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I have no idea when they'll announce it. But pretty much given the fact that the team will be traveling soon.
That's right.
I do believe probably it could come at the end of this evening, maybe, given that this match will be wrapped up today. So probably this evening or early tomorrow morning, we can see the announcement with regards to the A team.
I think nevertheless the selection has been made, or the selections have been made of the players, but perhaps out of respect, maybe CWI would not want to release it in case something happened or someone does something special. You don't want to appear as though it didn't matter. But I believe by and large, especially with the academy players who would not have been participating in this game, they would be happy to. They would have known. Those who are here would know whether they have a couple of days to get home and then fly out.
Yeah, for sure. A couple of those academy boys are in that setup. 20 been bowled. It's 72 for 2. And 1 or 2 have already confirmed to media houses that they are, in fact, in the setup to head across to Bangladesh.
Yes, and some have picked themselves. It's about the future of West Indies cricket. And I think that those who performed well must be rewarded. There is no substitute for rewarding performance. I think you must go that way. Yes, there are few you may look at, and you may say based on talent, based on what we have seen, we like what we have seen, we make an investment. But performances must always be rewarded, and those 3 Centurions, not only just that they scored century, but at least showed a measure of consistency, particularly between Anderson and Mackenzie. Wickham would embrace that. If Lane would be available is another factor, the unfortunate death of his mother. forced him away. And we just continue to express our sympathy to Lane and his family. Arifa drives that one nicely between extra cover and mid-off into the boundary for 4.
Well, had this been a match in Barbados, somebody watching in Queen's Park would have said scratch and bat, and he did just start a fantastic shot.
Scratch and bat. Break that down for us, Joel.
Well, the scratch is exactly what you can hear coming through the stump mic at the moment. No need to run, just simply pause, scratch and go again. It was a delivery that was pitched up. It was wide, but Remy just leant into it and just picked the gap quite beautifully. And after that, scratch and bat again.
I like that. Scratch and bat. I will bring this into our local context. What is he seeing in bowling to Arifa? He's going wide of the left-hander on 2 occasions.
Just probably looking for that uppish drive, especially when you look at the field that's set at the moment. Hodge is somewhat more at a second slip, almost bordering on somebody going towards third. You look at the fact that there's a man on the cover area. Well, if there was a circle, he would be there. There's also a man just, I guess you would say, at a very short point just in front of the crease. And it's just looking for that uppish drive almost.
And that's why I said he's a thinking bowler. You look at him, not just look at him physically, but you look at his methods, his pattern. There is something about his bowling that I think he has control of the ball. He knows what he's working to. And I think even in that over to McCaskey before he got him, he was working out something that was different. He got, you see Tarifa, yes, one was driven for 4. The others, outside the off stump, he has the field. I think this is heartwarming, part of the whole exercise here. Oh, that's a good one. Yes, Reefer got on top of it, but depth. Oh, this one was a poor throw, though. Giving away 2 runs. One was on, but then Akeem Jordan perhaps got bored and fired at the stumps.
Yeah, just misreading the situation on that occasion. Akeem Jordan. Yeah, so it was a very slim chance
of him
of the run out there. Not just necessarily of the hitting, but in terms of even if he had hit, I do believe that it would have been a comfortable single in the end, especially given that he had a lot of distance travel to his right before he picked up that ball. No one really in a position to actually back it up as he managed out at the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Tried that one, tried to set him up with a bouncer, but that one was high above the head. Couldn't reach it, Alex Athenes. 17 to win. $17 to win. And I believe there are 2 gentlemen who are going to bring us through. This is like in DJ world, they call this the graveyard shift. So Vernon Springer will have to get a name for that. But it's the shift that when you're getting winding down to the end of the game, no one wants to get it. But Joel, Vernon is going to take over from me, and he will take over from you. As we say, I would say goodbye to everyone. We wish you all the best, and Vernon will lay you and the game to rest.
9 for 2. Team Weeks requires 17 runs.
Smack now back up, man. Smack, you may man get you a while ago. I know you were quickly.
On drive down the ground, score goes up to 80. 80 for 2. You need 16. 3 for 12. Athens 2. Man under 45 coming around in Justin Graves, firing a return back to the keeper. In the context of players who would have made an impact during the game, I think Kevin Hodge also would have to be in the conversation. Here is a big hoik that's gone somewhere far. One bounce for 4. So into the deep backward square leg area, almost onto, thought he was going onto the roof of the Cricket West Indies administrative offices here. The score goes up to 84 for 2.
Hey, post it.
Hodge really picked the wicket up in the context. This game done and dusted inside 3 days. I want to say thanks to Ronnie and his entire team so far. Here we go. Just needed to pounce on that. That was in the air long enough. Could have been able to hit that inside out over cover. If Athens wants to finish the game. Here goes Hodge. And Athens is just playing it out to cover. 84 for 2. Game on. Contest on. Short. There's an appeal for a catch behind. Referee is not interested. Seem to have come out of the pad. Athens is asking, what are you guys appealing for? So, look at the replay in the context.
What happened there?
So yeah, Paul. That'll be pretty serious.
84 for 2 in it. We've not been able to get a replay, so we think we can. Ronnie will be able to pull that one up. Bravo coming to pick up the helmets, the pads. I think it is almost academic now.
Thanks.
84 for 2. Nando will bowl some deliveries, maybe some wrist spin. Yes, he did bowl at the under 19 level. So let's see what's going to be happening. McCaskey just gave his hand away. Really, his batting so good. Don't know what he was trying with that shot. But he was outfoxed. And Raymond Reefer would want to put this one to bed. He's 12. Around the wicket comes Matthew Nando. He starts now. 84 for 2. They need almost 12 runs to win. He's back and punching that. Can't score. Nando around the wicket. Back and across. Raymond Reefer just maybe just enjoying this knock in the middle with the sun beating down. Everyone here just excited. Can't wait to maybe get out of the way and get a break. And they sneak a single onto the outside. Athens will come into strike. They need 11. Score goes up to 85 for 2.
Sure. Probably. I didn't. I just. Yeah, I heard something, but I didn't know what it is. That's why I feel.
They're still having this discussion about the appeal in the last over of Kevin Hodge. Hodge said he heard something. Umpire Leslie Reefer said not out. So he said he was appealing because he heard something. 85 for 2. Athens is stroking this up to Shem-Holder cover. The way you saw McCaskey got out, you really don't want to chance anything right now. And Athens maybe just decided, listen, this is a first-class game. Let me just make sure that I register and bat properly.
Oh, yes, Nando.
Nice flighted delivery. A good prospect here. It's good to see Nando trying his skills here. 85 for 2.
Oh.
Full toss. I think they should have done a lot better with that. He just kind of tapped it down to mid-on. Over completed. And 23 overs bowled, 85 for 2. Summary of the game so far. Team Headley, 177 all out. Kevin Hodge top score. The highest score of the game so far, 67. Team Weeks, 235 all out. Devon Thomas top scoring with 57. So we only had 2 half centuries in the entire game. In the context. This is the replay delivery here. I think only Kevin Hodge was appealing. Here is Reefer driving up to the captain. No, it's up to Karen Powell. Anyhow, can't score. 85 for 2.
Nice boy.
Trying to undrive the ball. Kenry can't score. Full toss. Got to do a lot better with that. Raymond Reefer, that was in the air for a long time. With that, got to capitalize on those full tosses.
Oh. Going home. 2. Oh, not to you.
I think these guys are looking batting practice. They're not looking to finish this game. 85 for 2.
Over.
Maiden over bowled here by Kevin Hodge.
Good boy.
Some 32 overs remaining in the day's play. 1 for 61, 2 for 67 was the loss of the 2 wickets. Shanda Paul and McCaskey, 2 of the openers.
That's you. Oh yes, Nandu. Bowling nine.
Another dot ball here.
Yeah, coming. Soon come.
85 for 2.
Fighting any demons, you know. Oh!
I think these guys are trying to get some batting practice here now. So there's no urgency.
Well, I guess the expectations that it would have finished quicker, but you see, some of these guys are saying, I want to be not out.
Here is Atenez looking to find the gap. Unsuccessful. The score still remains on 85 for 2. They need 11 runs.
If you were picking Vernon, who would have been your man of the series?
I think Mackenzie, easily. Anybody who scores a double 100 has to be the man of the series.
And also a half century.
Oh, long man, come on.
Yeah, he'd have been way ahead of the pack. Wish him all the best on this tour to Bangladesh. There we go.
Catch it, Adi.
Goes 1 bounce for 4. Thought he had elevation. He really didn't get close enough to the ball, and I think he sort of tugged it into the wide long on area. But a boundary nonetheless to Athens. Score goes up to 89 for 2. Just releasing the shackles, more or less. They need 7.
Yes, he got to it, but it was high in the air. In the end, it Rolled into the boundary. But on the bowling side, you have picked Kirk on the bowling side. Who would you say would have been the best of the bowlers throughout the series?
I don't think you got much to shout about, Seth, based on the conditions. You know, it's sort of evenly balanced and matched. So it'd be pretty difficult to single out any one person. Ewan Lane, yes, he got 5 wickets on debut. Sinclair came today and got 5 wickets. I think if you do an overall context and you look at the way how some of the batsmen got themselves out, and I know it's cricket. I don't want anybody to feel like I'm discrediting anybody. Big shot here by Raymond Reed for 1 bounce down to the boundary for 4. Score goes up to 93. I'm just talking about the context of the cricket. I feel very scared when I look and I see what happened in this tri-series, because it also shows a reflection as what is happening at the first class level.
The quality of the cricket.
Yeah, people just impatient. You got all day to take your time and just bat, and people just give their hands away. And again, said it comes down to what I'm saying.
So you're saying in terms of the bowling, it was as a result of real penetrating, consistent stuff. It was batters giving their knocks away.
Because they got impatient. Once they can't hit a 4, they can't hit a 6, you know, then they're going to try to manufacture something. And that to me was a problem. And it comes down again, Seth, and I'm saying it because I know you might be saying, well, Springer Song's like a stick record. Somebody has to hold the franchises accountable. What is happening at the franchises level? And the reason why I'm saying that is that when you leave from the franchise level, Seth, you come up next to this level, then you go to the test level. If there's no intensity at the franchise level, how are we going to get an intensity here?
Well, it's just 1 run to go for victory in this game for Team Weeks. They have set it up well. You would not be happy with the scores as you look at the summary card, but at least Team Weeks, they are poising, in fact, well poised to an 8-wicket win.
And talking about that, Seth, we maybe have to look at why we are having so many injuries. Too many injuries, both to our men, to our women, to our youth team. Somebody has to examine that.
That's a separate conversation altogether, but it is clear.
We have to find out what is happening.
Matthew Nandu.
Yeah, he bowled a good first over. I'll say that to you. He's not looked bad at all. Remember we saw him, he did bowl a couple in the Cricket West Indies under 19, so he should be encouraged too. And I feel, Seth, that going forward, the Wickhams and the Nandus and the Nathan Edwards and company, they should be encouraged to bat, bowl, field, everything.
That's right, and that's why I singled that out, because he batted well, did not get as many as he wanted in this second innings, but looked the part.
I sometimes wonder, Seth, if we are really honest with ourselves, because we've been around the system for so long and we still continue to try to sugarcoat what is happening. We can't sugarcoat anything anymore. We have to call a spade when we look around at it. We can't turn the corner, Seth, when we beat England or when we win a game against Australia, one-off game, or somebody else, and say we turn the corner. If we turn in the corner, we got to turn the corner in all areas, from administrators to umpires to ground staff to sponsors, everything. We have to turn the corner all around.
So let's hope that those youngsters who have presented themselves have given us some measure of optimism.
But we always had talent, Set, but what systems do we have in place? Do we have the personnel in place to be able to carry them?
In fact, the win has come through a no ball.
He seems
he
seems very surprised that Gregory Bradford called him a no ball.
Yes, he did infringe, and it's victory here for Team Weeks, winning by 8 wickets here in the final game.
And victory also for the Cricket West Indies Academy by winning the Tri-Series.
Certainly, and that
remember Matthew Young said at the presentation,
Naeem Young,
that they came to compete,
but they also came to win, and they have won, and they have really won this Tri-Series because they had an emphatic victory over Team Headley in their first game, and then took first innings in the previous game against Team Weeks. And now, between the Team Headley and the Team Weeks contest, Team Weeks beating Team Headley by 8 wickets of Vernon with an entire day and an entire session to spare. And you may think that it is emphatic. Yes, it's emphatic, but it's not reflective of what I guess the expectation would have been.
I like the concept set, and maybe just need a little bit more clarity in terms of some of the selections to it. I can talk about somebody like a Kofi James, who would have scored a first class 100, got some wickets, didn't get an opportunity to get in here. You look at somebody like a Mikael Louis. Yes, he got 13 wickets. He maybe didn't get 30 wickets, 25 wickets.
That's Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, but let's look at his workload over the last couple of seasons. 3-4 years, and his batting has improved for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And there's so many other players. Ryan Charles.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Ryan
spinner,
John.
who has been invested in by Cricket West Indies, got 5 wickets against England. Came back in this season here, picked up close to 21 wickets. Didn't get an opportunity to look in here. So you got some concepts of where we look around. But the selectors have tried something. They've come up with this tri-series. I think this now motivates most personnel going forward, because this looks like it's going to be the norm. So it looks as if it's going to be a situation set where we're going to have players, we're going to have one round, and at the end of one round we're going to have the tri-series.
Yes.
I want to see more of just the one round. I want to see a situation set where we have second team 11 cricket. So even though we have one round, we now begin to, whatever you want to call it, second team, whatever you want to call it, reserve cricket, we now have that established. So some of the players on the fridge, yes, can be able to get a chance to say, I played 5 first-class games also. And I use that as an example for, let's say, somebody like a Kevin Wickham. Next season set, all of the stars might be home for the competition. The Carl Mayers, the Jason Holders, Craig Brathwaite. What happens to a guy like Kevin Wickham? Will he get an opportunity to be in the mix? You know what I mean? So these are things that I seriously think that we seriously have to address. And if we really want to advance and go forward, we got to put some money where our mouth is. And I'm just suggesting that we have second team cricket. I know they might not have the money for 2 rounds of cricket, but in the complex of the franchises setup, let's give the other younger players, some of the players who are on the fringe of breaking into some of these franchises, an opportunity to also play. So another example would be, you can have a Jamal Hamilton who would be playing maybe in the first team. He's had 3 low scores. Seth Burton and his panel decide, we're going to drop you. But you can go down and you can prepare and play some cricket rather than sending him back to St. Kitts or Antigua. You know, he'd be in a situation where he can, get himself organized.
Quite high and lofty ideals, Vernon, quite high and lofty ideas. But the news that we leave you with is that Team Weeks, they have emerged the winners of this game between Team Headley, the last of the 3 matches of the Tri-Series, winning by 8 wickets comprehensively and winning with an entire session and a day to spare. The summary will tell you Team Weeks only scoring 117 in their first innings, not even batting 80 overs, 65.2 overs. The key performers, Kaveem Hodge, 67, Akeem Jordan, 37. Dominic Drakes and Veerasamy Permaul got 3 wickets each. And then Team Weeks replied 335 all out. The top scorer, Devon Thomas, with 57. Alec Athenes with 37. 3 wickets for Kaveem Hodge and 2 for Anderson Phillip. But within that scope, they had a lead of 58. And then Team Headley replied with a paltry 153. No really outstanding score. Hodge with 26 in support. Matthew Nando with 36. Kevin Sinclair got his second 5 wickets haul in first class cricket, 5 for 48. Veerasamy Permaul 2 for 20. But you would also recall in this match, Veerasamy Permaul had his 600th first class wicket. Team Weeks having an opportunity to seal what looked like could have been a 10-wicket win, but they pleated towards the end, losing their 2 openers, Zachary McCaskey getting 33, Tad Chandapal also getting 33, as though they were sharing equal situations in their batting. Justin Graves, a wicket for him, a wicket for Kavim Hodge when they got to 96 for 2, with the winning run being a no ball delivered by Matthew Nando. 26.5 overs would have been delivered here. And we are delighted to have given you coverage. So on behalf of our entire team here, we are delighted that we had the opportunity to present to you over these 3 matches. And remember, apart from the victory, 14 weeks in this game, it is West Indies Academy, the team that emerged cup holders of this inaugural championship. On behalf of Ronnie and his crew at 360, Vernon, Mali, Nikhil and Joel and Terry, who worked along, we are delighted that you have been with us. I'm Seth Burton. Have a good evening.